ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored and humbled at the same time to be able to welcome you here to Saaremaa, to Kuressaare, and to the main hall of the Kuressaare Town Hall. And obviously to the architecture seminar beginnings, Algused. It is a quite intimate setting. We don't really need a microphone, but since we are connected to the world through the live stream, we are bound to stick with them. Anyhow, welcome. And I'm really, really glad that you could come. What was that? Let's start with our seminar. First, I would like to invite to the stage Ingrid Mald, the chairwoman of the Council of the Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation.
Thank you, Valmar. Dear guests here and admirers and enthusiasts of Louis Kahn's architecture and ideas. I am pleased to stand here today and welcome you at the beginning of this very intense day on behalf of the Louis Kahn Estonian Foundation. Exactly 20 years ago, in the autumn of 2005, the Board of the Estonian Architects Association asked me to arrange a seminar about Louis Kahn, who was then said that he was born in Estonia. At that time, his contribution to the world architecture and culture were largely unknown here. To get a stronger standpoint, I began by researching Kahn's origins. It was quite a start, actually. But it succeeded. Birth documents from Riga's archive came out. And next year, in 2006, Kahn Days introduced first time the Louis Kahn's legacy to Estonian public. 5 years later, 2011, the Estonian Association of Architects and the Center of Estonian Architecture founded the Louis Kahn Estonian Foundation. Our mission now is to present Kahn's legacy both in Estonia and internationally, but always in relation to Estonia. In 2022, a marker commemorating Kahn's birth was installed here in Kuressaare, which is the only one of its kind outside of state of Pennsylvania. Over the years, several lectures and exhibitions have been organized. The last 2 years have been very transformative and meaningful for the foundation. At the beginning of last year, it was decided to start talking about the possibility of establishing Louis Kahn Centre more loudly and explore the possibilities. Today, 3 European top universities have worked with the brief and proposed various ideas. From this, we can now begin the real discussion. Today, we have extraordinary person among us, Mr. Per Olaf Fjeld, architect and Professor Emeritus at the Oslo Architecture and Design School. He studied in Kahn's last masterclass, took notes of Kahn's statements and their context, and synthesized all this through his own experience and research over the years. And in 2019, together with his wife Emily, published an exceptional work about Kahn's legacy. It gives us much wider perspective about Kahn Nordic connections, his development and entire background, and context behind the impressive architecture he created. This book vividly shows us how important is balance between silence and communication, the exchange of thoughts and ideas, and continuous work and believing in yourself. Thoughts expressed 50 years ago are still fresh and eloquent. Today we are presenting this book in Estonian language, and it's a great honor and responsibility to be the first translators of it of the world. Louis Kahn was born here in Kuressaare. Therefore, it is a significant place, the beginning of the great creator and personality, and it deserves to be celebrated. Louis Kahn Centre could be a place to keep and gather his legacy, but not only a copy of the archives and various exhibitions. It should also be a spiritual guide, environment, leading visitors to look into themselves and move on from there. Today I wish you, and me also, very meaningful and lively day. And I thank our partners and supporters who has given us a great support organizing the day, especially Saaremaa municipality, Kuressaare Castle, and all others mentioned there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Also the welcoming words from the mayor of Saaremaa municipality, Mr. Mikk Tuisk.
Hello everybody and welcome to Saaremaa first of all. As we are now in this beautiful old building, then it's really right place to hold this kind of conference, especially because as we all know, Kahn was born actually in Kuressaare and in Saaremaa. This is for us, it is really big thing. What I also really like is that when 3 years ago we opened this Kahn plate in near the Kuressaare Bishop Castle, then the thought of making this Kahn Center in Kuressaare was basically thrown to roll. And now the idea is growing. Once for us, maybe it growed a little bit too big, but nowadays it's the concept what the new foundation is going with. It is something that we see could really be done, and even more, it can be done and it can be run afterwards, and it will be the place where people like to come and where people like to come all over the world. As a municipality, we even have a plot for that, or the ground where you can make it. It's not in the middle of city or something in the forest, but it's really literally next to the castle, where we can see from there castle, it's near the sea, it's next to the sea. It's really beautiful place, and we as a municipality have not sold it just because we want something special to come in here, in there. We don't want some regular house in there, we want something special in there. And this Kahn Center could and should be exactly that. As we all know, Kahn he has told that his inspiration is lots come from Kuressaare Castle itself. I would like to thank the foundation for hosting this kind of seminar in Saaremaa, in Kuressaare. I really wish you a good luck and keep going. And thank you all. Have a nice and intense conference. Thank you.
Yeah, we have quite a day ahead of us. As previous speakers already mentioned, that we'll be diving into the idea of Louis Kahn Centre in Kuressaare. For some of you, this may sound like a brand new idea, but for us, Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation, and for the islanders, this has been something that's been living with us for over a decade now. It has taken many shapes. Once it was an idea of bringing the Louis Kahn designed ship, Counterpoint II, to Estonia, to Saaremaa. And then another time it was local municipalities' idea of pushing the center into the list of nationally significant cultural projects. But we fell short. We reached top 10 out of 30 projects, but no further. Perhaps the best way to describe our search is through Louis Kahn's own words. And there are many cryptic quotes from Louis Kahn himself, but there's one that really stuck with me, and here it is. I sense light as the giver of all presences, and materials as spent light. What is made by light casts their shadow, and the shadow belongs to the light. The thing with cryptic quotes is that they invite interpretation. And here's mine. You get the light for free, at least in this latitude, especially during the summer. There's just plenty of it. And the question is, how do you spend it? How do you spend the light? And I guess we were just too eager to spend the light, to seize the opportunity. And perhaps it's wiser for us to take a step back and marvel at the light itself. Maybe it's just another step on a longer journey. And this seminar is one such moment of pause to reflect. What is it that we are looking for when we talk about Louis Kahn Centre? And whenever you ask that question, you also need to ask in what context. We humans like labels. It helps us to make sense of the world around us. So, what kind of label should we attach to Louis Kahn Centre? A center for contemporary architecture? Maybe we should go further. The thing with the labels, though, is that the moment you label something, you imprison its potential. Even the word center has its limits, meaning that this is the center. You can't bring anything alternative into it because it's the center. But nowadays there are so many different labels around, like interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. So what if, could it be interdisciplinary arts center, or perhaps a multidisciplinary creative hub? Why stop there? Maybe we can go further, and it could be a center for big ideas. And this is where you come in. This is why we invited you all here, and to the online audience as well. We would like to hear your thoughts. Just think about it. There's no hurry. We have all day. And we would really like to hear your thoughts and ideas. You can surprise us, and even yourselves. But without further ado, I would like to get on with our day and invite you to our first speaker, musician, conductor, composer, and the member of the Louis Kahn Estonia, the consul of the Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation, Mr. Kristjan Järvi.
Thank you, thank you. I like your introduction very much, I have to say, because it is such a perfect way to encapsulate something which is a feeling. It's something that is very impractical, but it has so many practical implications. And this thing which we are all gathered here to make come alive, this center, is actually based on a frequency. It's something that when I left Estonia, around the same age that Louis Kahn left Estonia, for me, Estonia came with me because my family came with me, and everything that I grew up with kind of was transplanted to the US. And so whenever I met Estonians abroad who were living there in exile and had made it their home, I thought, like, cool, you know, so Estonia's here, you know. Estonia also got transplanted to the people who speak Estonian and carry the same type of vibe. And what we're actually sometimes missing in all of the noise of the world is that there's a certain essence that this place carries. I'm talking about this being called Estonia. It's not a country, it's not a flag, it's not borders, it's actually a being that is a worldwide vibration. And I didn't realize that. I was always searching for something more. You know, when I was in America, I was thinking, like, there must be something more than just this, you know. And I didn't know what it was. You know, I was looking for aliens, UFOs, you know, I mean, anything. You know? and I didn't really, I couldn't pinpoint it. You know? And until I came back to Estonia about 10 years ago, 8. I started to live here about 8 years ago, more permanently. And I realized that, wow, this is something amazing. Like, what's going on here, you know? and this is something that foreigners also feel when they come here. They're like, something's different, something's very, very tangibly different. They can't place what it is, but it's something. And it's that vibration, you know. People say that a culture is formed from the water that they drink. So they say, like, I don't know what it is, but it's in the water. You know? And this means a lot. It's kind of like an ancient understanding of who you are, not based on just outward kind of practices, but actually the realization that I was born here, Louis Kahn was born here, you were born here. Why were we all born here, actually? You know, okay, Fjeld, you were born in Norway, but still, it is a question that many of us actually don't ask. Why was I not actually born somewhere else? Because actually, that place of magic which you're talking about, that not understandable place, is actually the place that we carry before we are actually born. You know? And this place celebrates the likes of Arvo Pärt, who basically is a cultural phenomenon, not only to Estonia, but actually he's a member of our tribe, who basically has shown the light, and a lot of people who see that light, who are also dealing, are basically dealing with bringing the light within themselves and shining to others. They start to recognize each other. And this doesn't mean in one discipline. This means across all disciplines. This means in architecture and business, in all sorts of creative ventures, And it doesn't come from a place of ego. It comes from a place of childlike discovery, kind of like, oh, what's this? For a person to talk about light and shadow, you already have to live in a place of magic. Louis Kahn once said that light lives in Tartu. What does that actually mean? Like, it's not a geographic thing, it's not an architectural thing, it's actually a cultural thing. The light lives not only in Tartu, but actually where most people with the light live. And actually that is a place where things start to happen, where laulupidu started, where this tribe started to actually form a cultural room which for 50 years needed time to develop through guys like Jakub Hurt and Kreutzwald. He was writing mythology, Kalevipoeg and Lida Koidula and Janssen and doing all these things, and Tobias and all of them. They were creating this room which finally became so strong that it formed a nation called Estonia. But actually now, this whole thing, in the same spirit, with Arvo Pärt, Louis Kahn as the pillars, and there's others as well, but they are actually taking this already to a sacred and a spiritual crossroads of the world, to come together here. And all of these pillars are not local, they're international. And if we realize that we are a tribe full of this light, then wow, what can the world think of us except that, wow, I want to be Estonian. I want to be like all of those people who are shining and holding each other up, supporting each other, trusting each other, not protecting each other, in the sense that all ego is actually self-protection for something that you feel that you can't do, so you force it through. No, in fact, let go. Let go, let go. Let it happen with magic, with manifestation, with frozen music like Louis Kahn. It's an amazing place which, if you recognize it only lives within you, individually. Every one of us has a personalized universe. Nobody has this kind of, everything's the same and we have to do it like that. No, it's actually responsibility individually. I was talking to Mart Meri this morning that the reason why I came down in the elevator, decided to go out of the room in my hotel right at that moment when they were actually arriving, and then we met in the lobby, and then we had coffee together, and then we discussed these interesting things. What do you think made that happen? It's that frequency of all of us coming together. It wasn't planned, it wasn't a mental strategy, it was magic, right? Right, Mart? And this is what this is all about. This is not about anything else. This is about creating basically a faith that we all subscribe to, creating a hub like Arvo Pärt Centre is that brings people together, and then we go into our own projects, you know, disseminating all of that magic everywhere, and then we come together again, and then we realize that, oh my God, yeah, what did you do? What did you do? Fantastic, yes, yes, yes. And then we come together, and then we go apart again, and this is why we need the center. This is why Kuressaare is also, I haven't been here in 20 years, but even the trip from Görgot Spa, you know, to here, I was so fascinated. I was like, oh my God, this is an incredible place, you know? And I know that our thinking mind wants to be practical, but I can assure you that the most practical place to achieve things is in the faith that you have in magic. And that is why I'm on the Louis Kahn Foundation, because I see magic in this person. And I also see that the people involved in the foundation are full of that light, that incredible shine that makes others shine. So that is the message why we have to, and we will so, and it's an inevitable fact that this center is already built, because I have already been there. So, welcome to this day. I hope you have an incredible, fantastic, magical, and very, very, very fruitful discovery of yourself through Louis Kahn and through this message. Thanks.
Now is the commercial message. Please support us. Just take your mobile device, scan the QR codes, and follow the instructions. Now, thank you, Kristjan. Wonderful, as always. Whatever the endeavor, that's very poetic, whatever the endeavor, it is always more important to it's more about the people you work with. And our next presenter comes from the Estonian Academy of Arts, and he will talk about August Kommandant, who worked alongside Louis Kahn for 18 years, and I'm sure that definitely has some ideas and thoughts that we can all ponder about. Mr. Gardag Lige.
Hello, a few technical matters before I begin.
A bit of technical difficulties, so we will handle that.
Okay, I'll try to manage. Hello, I'm honored to have the possibility to speak here. My name is Per Olaf Fjeld. I'm an architecture historian, critic and curator, currently a PhD student at the Estonian Academy of Arts. I have been researching structural engineer August Commandant's legacy for about a decade. And as his most important collaborator among architects was Louis Kahn, a lot of his professional career involves projects that they designed together after the Second World War in the United States of America. But today I will take a broader picture and introduce you Commandant's career from the early stages to the later years. And I will reflect on it from several angles. My talk is about 30 minutes. In the end, I will show you a short video clip, the only known audio recording of Commandant. There is no video footage that I'm aware of. And if you have any questions, in the end of the lecture, we can have a few of them as well. So I have divided the lecture to 3 parts. They are not equal. The main focus will be on the second part, introducing a project designed together with Louis Kahn. First of all, I will give some general facts about Commandant's life and about his expertise and background. And as said, in the second part, I will go and dig deeper into the projects done together with Kahn. And finally, I will kind of try to reflect on the values and kind of more philosophic attitude that might have connected Kahn and Commandant, but also what kind of differences they have. The culture of building is a framework that I understand as a kind of atmosphere, attitude, or a common ground that brings together the arts, technology, politics, society. We have already today heard about the connections and mutual inspiration that is necessary to produce something that is something larger than just a building or just a site. And I think Commandant, as a very technical person, understood personalities like Louis Kahn, who was more like a poet in his own terms. Commandant was inspired by such creative personalities, although his contribution was mainly technical. He was, you could say, like a midwife who helped to bring those poetic ideas to fruition and materialize. Just briefly, 5 years ago, I had a chance to curate a large August Commandant retrospective exhibition at the Estonian Museum of Architecture. And 2 years later, in 2022, we published a book in collaboration with Birkhäuser that kind of brings together all of Commandant's career and has a lot of different information, interviews, essays, but it also includes the only substantial interview that I'm aware of Commandant ever gave in 1985 to Venezuelan architect Oscar Tendrero. And this is extremely interesting reading from the Commandant perspective. So, the first lesson of Commandant I would call is concrete. Commandant became an expert of reinforced concrete in the very early stages of his professional career. He studied in Dresden from 1929, finished, graduated in 1934, and he concentrated, focused on the statics of reinforced concrete structures. Later on, he became interested in what is called pre-stressing technology, but also precasting. This is factory-made concrete products, which was very innovating and quickly developing, especially after the Second World War. And he was an engineer who was also very deep into the construction process itself. He wasn't just a kind of office engineer who provided service to architects or other colleagues. He was very interested in the actual construction process and often visited the construction sites and was involved also in the, for example, in case of the concrete products, the manufacturing process, how it happened on the concrete plants. This is a military aircraft hangar. It's still, on the image, the exterior image, it's the one on the right-hand side. It's located in Tartu. It's quite close to the Estonian National Museum. And it was the first larger project Commandant designed as a graduated engineer. He came back from Germany and got a job at the Ministry of Roads and had the possibility to design several infrastructure, but also some military projects. And from the beginning, he decided that as his expertise is reinforced concrete, to use it in Estonia, where at the time the expertise of reinforced concrete wasn't that high. There were only a few structural engineers who were really competent in concrete structures. So this is a sectional drawing. I won't go to the technical details, but this is probably, highly likely, the very first building in Estonia where pre-stressed concrete was used. So you have ties, steel ties cast inside the concrete floor of this military hangar. Possibly the most important work from the early career of Commandant is the Kadriorg Stadium grandstand in Tallinn. It is a fantastic example of both modernist architecture and structural engineering from the 1930s. A young republic constructing a new kind of sports grounds that would represent the state, would provide facilities not only for sport events but also for gymnastics events and kind of large public events. In terms of structural engineering, the most remarkable part of this project is, of course, the cantilevering a roof above the central part of the grandstand. Possibly, architect Elmar Lokk got the inspiration from the Helsinki Olympic Stadium, which was designed a few years earlier, but also he was probably aware of what, for example, Piero Nervi was doing in Italy. Some other examples of Commandant's expertise in concrete. I already mentioned the concrete plants, manufacturing concrete products in the factories. After he emigrated from Estonia, he was 5 years in Germany, but in 1950 moved on to the United States. And one of the first professional activities he did there, together with fellow Estonians there, they decided to establish a concrete plant. And on the left-hand side is the general layout of the plant, and on the right-hand side there's a manufacturing facility in the same plant. And this is where they made these kind of products. So basically you have, in terms of concrete structures, you have two possibilities. You either cast the whole monolithic structure on site, or you produce the elements somewhere else in the factory from where they are transported to the construction site. So Commandant was very interested in both of those technologies, but as precasting and plant production of concrete products was new at the time, he put a lot of energy and kind of innovative attitude to this. So this is an example of his work, a cold storage and distribution center not far from New York City in Secaucus, New Jersey. So these huge so-called Firendil trusses enabled to provide very large spans and build storage facilities and a cold house or cold storage that didn't have internal columns inside the building. And the only project Commandant did together with the Finnish-American architect Eero Saarinen is the Ezra Stiles and Samuel Morse College's dining halls at the Yale University. And here on the right hand side you can see the finished roof structure of the dining halls. Commandant helped Saarinen's in-house engineers to figure it out, how to design it and how to build it. A project in Philadelphia which has recently got quite a lot of international attention as well is the former police administration building, designed by Gedesbrecher, Pauls and Cunningham, was where Commandant had one of the first possibilities to implement this kind of prefabricated technology of concrete elements. It is essentially like a three-dimensional puzzle consisting of pre-manufactured concrete elements. Another example of such approach is the famous Habitat 67 designed by architect Moshe Safdie. It's located in Montreal, Canada, and Commandant was the primary structural consultant for Safdie at the time. Commandant not only figured out or helped figure out the structural logic of the building, but he also helped design the whole production and construction process, how it was built. They built a temporary concrete plant just next to the site, produced all of those 354 concrete modules, the housing modules, which were then stacked together using a crane and tied together using steel cables. Based on these kind of experiences, some years later, Commandant developed his own construction system and even got a patent for that in the United States. So this is essentially a system, and when you use it, you could build a variety of buildings. This on the left-hand side is just an example how it can be used. And this is one of the first occasions where Commandant used neoprene, or it's like an artificial rubber which is put inside the joints to provide earthquake stability. So he was very interested on the seismic condition and how to construct interesting buildings, new architecture, but in a way that they would also be safe. So he tried to design buildings that actually move, or move as much is necessary to provide safety. Now, we arrive at the Louis Kahn section of the lecture. They did not know each other before 1956, so they had already lived a long life before they got together and started design buildings. It is quite certain that they met in 1956, where Kahn's in-house engineers had heard that there's a crazy German who could provide information of pre-stressing for concrete structures. And so Kahn's office contacted Commandant, and they met, and they soon realized that they're both from Estonia, with the difference that Kahn had emigrated as a very small child, but Commandant started his career in Estonia and emigrated during the Second World War. So they had many things in common, and it was an easy kind of friendship from the beginning, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have differences in their opinion. As I mentioned, Commandant was a very technical man. Kahn was more like a poet, thinking in terms of space. But they both understood that to create something what has meaning and real quality, not only in terms of space, but also construction, materials, and how space is being used, that they need each other. This kind of top expertise that is brought together is the only way to make really big things happen, I feel. So, and they worked together for 18 years until Kahn's premature death in 1974. Soon after that, Commandant published a book, 18 Years with Architect Louis Kahn, which is quite well known and an important source of not only Commandant's but also Kahn's work. They taught for several years together at Penn, and Commandant was like an expert or visiting professor at Louis Kahn's master studio there. As much as I have found out, there is 16 projects where they worked together on. 8 of them were built, and 6 of those were proper collaborative projects. In 2 cases, Commandant's involvement was a very brief one. These are 8 projects that were not built. I will just briefly introduce 2 of them. So this is the famous Kansas City office building project. It remained unbuilt. On the right-hand side, actually both of those are Louis Kahn's drawings. On the right-hand side, you can see an image that kind of explains visually the construction logic of the whole project. It was not common in the United States to build concrete skyscrapers. It was all steel structurally. But Commandant and Kahn together developed a system that you could say that it's almost like building from top to down. You first cast the concrete core and the main columns, then build the highest floor and use casting forms to cast the lower floors. This would have enabled to continue with interior construction work from top already before the bottom of the building was even finished. This is Kahn's drawing, 2 drawings, and this is Commandant's structural drawings for the upper part of the skyscraper. Another quite well-known project is the Palazzo dei Congressi, meant for Venice. It had 2 locations, and Commandant helped to figure out the structural solution for this project. But what about built projects? As I said, there are 8, 6 of which are proper Commandant projects. The richest medical research laboratories is one of the best known. Then there's a publishing house, a relatively small building. Another famous one is the Salk Institute, of course. Then the first Unitarian church. Then the Olivetti Underwood factory, and the last large project they had the chance to work on that actually got built is the Kimball Museum. So the first proper project was the Richards Medical Laboratories building, built in 2 phases, located in Philadelphia at the Pennsylvania University campus. This was one of the first cases where very contemporary modern architecture came together with the latest technology in concrete production and structural design. So essentially, the structural system of the medical research laboratories is also, it's like a 3D puzzle put together from different components. It's not one monolithic structure. Here is Commandant's early drawing for one of the so-called Firundil trusses. One of the main structural components that enables to build the so-called laboratory towers. Some images of the construction process. Okay, and on the left-hand side, the bottom picture is where you can see how post-tensioning, the technological process was actually done on site. You had hydraulic jacks that were attached to the high-quality steel cables, and they pulled it to the tension that was necessary. It's like sewing together of different construction elements to make it a unified structure. Here is Kahn's perspective view of the Tribune Review publishing company building, and Commandant's design for one of the large roof beams. A very robust, simple Louis Kahn's architecture that the effect of which is, among other aspects, created by this structural solution, the large span beams. One of the best known projects, not only for Kahn but also for Commandant, is the Salt Laboratories building in La Jolla, California. It was completed in 1965. It was a long process and had two important phases. The first design was almost complete, but it was decided that it is not getting built. Jonas Salk, the famous establisher of the institute, helped to figure out not only the basic concept, but also was deeply involved with the spatial questions of the dialogue with the architect and the engineers as well. Very large spans and an open laboratory to provide a very flexible space for the scientists. These images are just from the very end of the construction process, and the combination of concrete, wood, the whole site, which is on the coast of the Pacific Ocean, is quite remarkable. A little less known project, but a very interesting one, is the first Unitarian church in Rochester, New York. Here, Commandant helped design also the general structural system, and how the folding plate, the concrete plate, almost like floats above the church hall. One of the later projects is the Olivetti Underwood factory. From the outside, it doesn't necessarily look that interesting. It's a huge typewriter factory, basically. But what makes it interesting is how this factory was built. This kind of mushroom-looking, inverted mushroom-looking modules were used. These are built of concrete. The proper term is that it's a shell structure. They're called prismatic shells, and the individual modules were tied together with post-tensioning cables after they were cast. So here you can see the construction process. From the interior, you could see the mushrooms also when they were completed, but from the outside it is not visible. And I would say that the kind of highlight or the crescendo of Louis Kahn's and August Commandant's collaboration is the Kimball Art Museum. One of the most special art museums, not only in terms of its collection, it's built, but also it's kind of the whole atmosphere, not to speak of construction quality and the level of architecture, but it's a site or a building. When you haven't been there on the site, it might look like another industrial hangar or a group of industrial facilities. But it has a very sensitive atmosphere, and you have to experience on your own to get the full understanding of the building. So this is Commandant's final structural drawing for the basic unit. A cycloid shell of concrete, a very thin surface that is the core component of the whole structure. These so-called arches don't work like traditional arches, but they structurally work more in the longitudinal section. It's like they are more like beams. And here is a very interesting construction image. On the right-hand side, you can see just before the concrete is poured, there are two different types of steel that is put inside the structure. The majority, the mesh looking, is these are reinforcement bars that help to keep the cast concrete together. But those cable looking channels, these are for the post-tensioning cables that helped to make the shells work structurally. This is after completion. It has a very peculiar use of light. The finishing of the concrete surface is immaculate, and the special collection of artworks that is presented there, they all kind of support each other in a way that it's like a sanctuary of art. Okay, I should start wrapping up. So how and in which way Commandant contributed to the culture of building? A few years ago, I had a chance to interview architect Robert Geddes, who was almost 100 years old at the time. He has now passed away, but he gave it's almost like a vulgar taxonomy of structural engineers. And he listed 3 types of them, that engineers can either be builders, they can be designers, or they can be planners. Pietro Iglinerevi, Felix Candela, Peter Rice, in his understanding, are more like designers. They are a bit like architects who create design, they give form. Then there are planners who are good in organizing and think of the larger organization, political, whatever, this kind of context. And I think Ovarup was one of those. But Commandant was a builder. Commandant was very interested in the construction process, and this is also what Geddes said, that I think Commandant was a builder engineer. He produced. He worked with Lou, he worked with me and others, but I don't think he was himself the generator of form. This doesn't mean that Commandant wasn't interested in the form or the aesthetics or the artistic side. It was just putting his own expertise in the place that contributed to make the artwork happen, so to say. So, Commandant, as already said, was an expert in manufacturing, but also in the construction technology. He was interested in architecture with a capital A, but in most cases he wasn't himself a form giver, a form designer, the task of the architect usually. He was, like many engineers, very pragmatic and supported strongly the principle of appropriateness. What is appropriate in a particular location or event, whatever resources you have. Louis Kahn didn't say much about Commandant. I have found too many sources where actually the architect speaks of his very dear structural engineer, but there are a few interesting cases. There are some recommendation letters where it's all Commandant is the best, he's the genius, he's a mathematician, whatever. But there's a transcript of Louis Kahn's discussion with students, where one of the students asked about his collaboration with Commandant. And this is what Louis Kahn said about Commandant. Commandant is very sensitive to the nature of structures. Every time he approaches the problem, he has a very great manner about it. Though your problems are burning ones, he looks at them as though they just came out of an ice box. But he's a wonderful censor of the validity of certain structures. His suggestions, when they are referring to the architectural field, are to be disregarded. But when they are purely from an engineering standpoint, they are completely regarded. So this kind of explains that Kahn also did feel that Commandant was a form giver, but he was impressed by Commandant's expertise in structures and structural design. On the other hand, what Commandant himself said, and he stressed it several times, is that the artistic, the aesthetic side of architecture is very important. And about his own work, I quote, "Everything has to be there, and it has to be arranged in a way that the result is beautiful and has aesthetic appeal. I don't like to use the word beauty. Ladies have beautiful dresses, but a building has aesthetic appeal. I have always paid very much attention to the aesthetic appeal of the structure." So before we see the small video clip, I would kind of bring it all together and in terms of the larger framework of the culture of building, what is the legacy that we have from Commandant? What is Commandant's legacy? I would say that his philosophic approach to design, particularly the structural side, is very highly valuable. And this is a particular essay, Critical Evaluation of Design from 1972, where he, among other things, discusses the importance of aesthetics. He's built work that still remains, is an important part of his legacy, both in Estonia, in the USA, but also Canada and then even Venezuela. His pedagogic legacy is an important one, both in the late 1930s context here in Estonia, but especially in the United States, related to his teaching in several universities, but most important of them, Penn in Philadelphia, the University of Pennsylvania. On the image you can see in the center standing is Louis Kahn, and Commandant sits on the lower right-hand side. Commandant also published several books and articles. This together kind of creates a large body of work he created during the more than 50 years. I'm running out of time, but I think this was the last slide. So can I ask for a technical help to show the short video clip? So this is from an interview with Oscar Tendrero. This was recorded in Commandant's home in 1985, and these are just small quotes we picked up from the video. I hope we have sound as well. Okay. It will begin soon after the second slide. It's on YouTube, so just Google August Commandant and the longest video you will find on YouTube. You will hear his voice. Okay. Thank you so much. Are there any questions related to Commandant? Or shall we continue with Kahn?
What language did they speak?
I am not aware that Kahn spoke Estonian, maybe just a couple of words. So in English was the lingua franca. I haven't heard that Kahn was fluent. Was he fluent in German? No?
I don't know about his linguistic abilities.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking you. I think my impression is that English was the main language they used. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karl. I do try to remind you to support us. Yes. To introduce our next speaker, I would like to provide some context. In essence, we know exactly what we want to do. We want to preserve Louis Kahn legacy, and preferably it would be a building. But how are we actually going to do that? And here to advise us where should we put our focus is Mrs. Algused from Arvo Pärt Centre.
Hello. Can I have the slides as well?
Yes.
I have been involved in Arvo Pärt Centre since 2012, and of course I could talk about this centre from very different aspects, but I concentrate today how we developed it, what were the ideas behind it, but also some architectural and constructional phases of the centre. We call ourselves that we want to be not only the keeper of the Arvo Pärt legacy, but also be the open creative space. And this has been kind of an idea from the very beginning. And Arvo Pärt Centre is the carrier of course, the creative message. The content is there, and but at the same time, we try to be this open meeting place for creativity in general. Of course, we are quite focused to the music or the ideas Arvo has carried during his life, but it's we want to be also broader than that. So how it all started, I think in our case it has been very concrete as well, in a way that Arvo and Nora, they lived 30 years in Berlin, and in the beginning of 2000s they started to think that they are coming back to Estonia, and then it was also the case that in their home there was lots of materials, and the reason behind there was that Arvo, but although has a publisher, Universal Edition, who is dealing with the scores and so on, but he had never had an agent as official agent, and as it very often happens, it is taken care of by somebody, and very often it's the partner or the wife, so or husband. And in Arvo's case, it always has been also Nora Pärt, who is next to him. And they had an office at home in Berlin. And when they started to think about what to do with all those materials, or legacy, or we even couldn't call it as an archive at that point. It was a bunch of materials, to be honest. Very well structured, by the way, by Nora. And so they decided that they will bring everything back to Estonia, because they realized that if they give those materials to some very high prestige archive, or abroad or Estonia, they actually give them away and they don't have a proper access then anymore. It's very well kept, preserved, but they wanted to look through those materials. And that's why they started their So in 2010, the family, Arvo, Nora, Michael and Emmanuel, they look a little bit younger there, as you see, especially Michael, whom we know nowadays. So they decided to start the Arvo Pärt Archive or Arvo Pärt Centre by themselves. And again, there was the question where to start it. And as Arvo and Nora found their home in Laulasmaa, in the 35 kilometers from Tallinn, so they had the possibility to buy a private house there, and the first years the idea was to build up the archive. Nobody was thinking at that time about this public house what we have at the moment. And why Laulasmaa? That's also a question. Is that at that time there are lots of musicians or the composers have the summer cottages here. It's important. Many artists have summer cottages there, and also Arvo's teacher Heino Eller, and teacher of many composers in Estonia, had a summer cottage there. So there was this natural link, and they wanted to have this archive close to their home. Again, very practical reasons. We actually here today, maybe, or we have to bear in mind there are always sometimes very simple answers to big questions, and sometimes you have to be practical as well. So it's of course the philosophical ideas and these are good, but it's very often the practical things are also important. And the beginning was that let's work with the archive, let's make and making this heritage available to the public, and to be kind of an information center for the of Arvo's legacy. And here you can see what kind of things we have, or what the collection is consisted of. So of course the Arvo Pärt's works and the hand scores, everything which is written in with his hands are the most important, but it goes to the other art pieces which are inspired by Arvo's music. So it's very, very huge, and to be honest, at the moment, now we are 15 years old, and we are constantly collecting things, especially in the web. We try to get articles about the concerts and so on. So it's growing, especially not so much physically, but electronically. And of course, one of the main tasks we had was also to make it available in the digital form. So but there again, it's not only paper, but there are lots of musical files, and there are lots of private recordings where Arvo and Nora went to the rehearsals and they recorded it, and you can imagine since 1980 what kind of technology we have surpassed. So it's very important for archive and the materials to be preserved, so that in 10 years, in 20 years, you actually can access those things. It's easier maybe with the paper, but visual files and the audio files, that's you have to bear in mind. So you have to very strictly take those and consult with different archives which are the permanent forms of those. And during this period, 2013 and 18, we had parallel developments. Of course, the content, ideology, so what we would like to do with the archive, and in parallel there was this development of the physical environment, because as I said in the beginning, the main focus was on archive and building it up, gathering the information. But in 2013, our previous president, Thomas Hendrik Ilves, actually stressed and made the decision makers to understand, and also make the family of Pärt understand that let's have this one infrastructure project ready also for 2018 when Estonia became 100 years. So it was, I think Pärt family at that moment, of course they had a dream somewhere that to have the house and the open center, but their focus was on the materials. But Thomas and Gilbert somehow understood the importance of Arvo Pärt in the cultural history of the world, and to somehow use it also for the benefit of Estonia. So I think this was quite clever, and I think that something was right at that moment in the air. So all the decision makers somehow gathered together. I haven't seen this kind of common interest or to do something. So in my previous works I had been in the middle of very many quarrels, what to build, where to build, who, what kind of things. But in this case it was really kind of a good example of where all the different players work together. And I mean that's definitely Arvo and Arvo's music which put it together, and that's a good example. And what we did, of course, we were I had to remind it that we were a foundation of 3 years old, so we were very young, and I think it was all this decision came pretty early for us. Usually it's not so, and at that moment we need partners to do things together, and starting from the client brief and competition and so on. So yeah, so what we did behind in the content-wise, I already mentioned the archive, but what we also did during practically the last 10 years, we had those interviews with Arvo, and I think this was very time sensitive and very, very important piece, because Arvo has never had students as in the universities. He has never been professor, and he's not a very talkative person either. So, but in the center, he wanted to give explanations what the content is behind the pieces. And we had regularly, at some point, even in every second week, we had talks with him and all the team, but we had participated in it, and we called it like a Arvo Pärt unofficial university. So it's I think this is the very important thing for the team building as well, that we are now competent and we know what was behind those pieces, and in the future we can consult, if there are interest, we can consult the people or the musicians or other people who are coming. So that was very important. At the same time, of course, when we started to, then the decision was made that let's have the center, then we started to think together with Nora and Michael and the team. So what it is this, and what is the themes behind it, and we started to compile this client brief, thanks to Ingrid, and there were a union of architects, but within the team we also wanted to put down some maybe even poetic and maybe a little bit controversial also the topics. So what we would like to have, what the center should carry in the future. I like this pearl, not the mammoth, or there were simplicity, tenderness, but grand and intimate. So kind of controversial, but it was really when the house was ready. And I mean, the house is ready, but the institution is, developing all the time. So we sometimes remind ourselves, and we see, does it correspond to those things? And it actually does. So I'm happy about that. And of course, in 2013 it was important to find a place where to have it, and again it was lucky in this sense that this plot was stage one, and it was given to us to build on that, and it was also close to the previous private house where we were as an archive. So then we started to sketch ourselves. So this was the first sketch which we made ourselves, and we definitely understood that we need a help from the Union of Architects, and we need architects to build and so. But yeah, there are some. So that was the client brief for the international design competition. So it looks a bit more professional, like the previous one. I'm not going to the very long, but it was in 2000, and then we had international competition, and it was won by Spanish architects. And also the question, it was called Tabula, which was inspired by the Arvo's piece Tabula Rasa, the Silencium, the second part. And of course the question was why Spanish architects, but this was the decision of the jury. And the jury, which was also good, that it was there were several architects, international, local, but there was also from the musical field, and of course the family was there as well, but only by Michael Pärt. So Arvo and Nora didn't belong to the jury, but of course they have, to be honest, they had some say as well. So I hope, I have a short video clip with where the architect speaks, but if we don't have the audio, then we don't. So for the architects, of course, it was two things which was very important. One was the environment, the woods and Nordic nature, and another was the Arvo's music. So they tried to put it together. Robin was there. So that was of course, the architectural design in the beginning was one thing. We didn't change much of our shape, and we didn't change the size of the house. But of course, during the design process, which took almost 2 years, we specified what kind of rooms we need, what kind of rooms what rooms have to be connected to each other, and so on. And there were some changes. Of course, the radical changes were that there are less courtyards than it was in the initial project. The idea was that all the trees will remain, in the forest. And for Spanish people, of course, it was important to keep all the trees. They couldn't realize that we have quite many of them around the house, so it was okay. And many biologists say that if you have those trees in their small courtyards, they will not survive, and you are in a big trouble afterwards. And I think it's actually all those changes. I don't know, are they better or not, but you start to love those changes because you have to live with those changes. And I love this house now more than it was in the beginning, I think, because I think that now we have more light in there. Economically, it's definitely better that there are less windows. It's more cozy. But yeah, that's maybe my opinion, pragmatical opinion, and as I said, that you have to accept those changes in this way, in a positive way, and make most of it. Of course, I can now. Yeah, only 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay, then I go further. So it was opened in 2018, and you see that it's not only the house, but it's the whole environment, and some images from here. And what we are doing, of course, we continue those activities which are meant for the archive, but and research. But there are lectures, listening-ins, and exhibition. We also have different activities for the visitors. And one of the most important places, of course, is a concert hall. And we also can provide the facilities to record. But what is also very important thing, which is maybe a small part of the center, is the residencies that we also now have the possibility to accommodate the people. And there are composers, musicians, writers who come and stay more than maybe 1 month, 2 months, and then they are like a part of the team, and new things can happen. So I think in this sense it's very important. I would also want to stress that we speak very much about the intercultural, that there are sometimes not misuse, but use too much of this. Let's put all those art fields together. And I was very much fond of it. So let's have writers, musicians, and so on. But now more and more I feel that concentrate, have your basic thing as a musicians, composers, and then add maybe the writers or film script writers, or so you have to have your content, and that's of course because of Arvo is a musician, but of course there are other fields as well. Then add those things, but have one main content. So that's my suggestion, and that's the one very unpractical thing in our center is the tower. Again, the question why tower in the music center, and sometimes the answers are very simple. Arvo wanted it, and Arvo wanted it because we are in the peninsula, but you don't see the sea. You are in the middle of the forest, but if you are up there, you can see the sea. And all these philosophical talks about that, vertical, horizontal things, can come later as well. So it's sometimes things start from a very simple things. And and of course we had a very in the moments where you feel that you have to cut and things like that. It was the easiest thing would have been, let's not construct this tower. But then Arvo always came and said with a little bit sad eyes and said, "Oh, I want this tower. This would be nice for the visitors," and it is. So let's have a tower.
Now we're going to have a short break. We're almost done with the first half of the day, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to set up a little treat for you, and then we'll invite you back. Thank you. seminar is the highlight of the year for at least Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation. But the seminar is not alone. We have another highlight of the year. That is a strange echo. Anyway, back to the schedule. We have a surprise. I hope it's not a surprise, but at least I would like to present it as one. We have a book presentation, and it is in Estonian it's called Põhjamaised laotused, and in English the original title is Louis Kahn, the Nordic Latitudes, and it is by Professor Per Olaf Fjeld and his wife Emily Randall Fjeld, and we are happy that we are the first one who actually translated the book. And briefly, as an introduction to this, we first saw Mr. Fjeld speak at the London Festival of Architecture. There was an online debate. It wasn't really a debate, it was more of a roundtable. And we saw someone who had so much knowledge and experience, and we decided that somehow we need to get in touch with him. And the same year, it was 2021, if I remember correctly, the same year, it was a strange time, sort of in between the waves of the pandemic. We had a chance to host a similar seminar here in the same room, and we welcomed Per Olaf Fjeld, and here we are. 3-4 odd years later, with the Estonian translation of the book, I will kindly ask Professor Fjeld to join me and perhaps talk about the book.
There is always something unique coming to this place. I've been here quite a few times now. And what one reaches is sort of a sense of calmness and sense of being there within yourself, but at the same time, the place identity is very much part of it. It's a unique experience that hits me every time or touches me side. So I do think there is a relationship between the creative power within cultural heritage. There is a link there. And I think that link is extremely important in the future and the time ahead. So, thank you for the invitation. It feels good to be here again, and that the book, Louis I Kahn Nordic Latitudes, has truly landed where it belongs. A warm congratulations to the Louis Kahn Centre Foundation, and that you have been able to translate the book into Estonian. I realize that the original text must have been complex to translate, but I hope that the final result generates a mood where the identity of the Estonian language is present. I do think that is very important, that it's the Estonian language now is the owner of the book itself. And Emily and I, fortunately Emily could not be here, thank you for this effort. You have added another personal layer to the content, giving in a close reading of Louis Kahn and the creative power embedded within cultural heritage. I think that's the key issue here. Because one never really forgets the memories belonging to the place where I was born. The content in that might be good, or it might be bad, but one is never able to escape them, as they are an inherent part of yourself. These memories forge a path inside one's own time aspects. I think it's as simple and as complex as that. And truly, it is the same with daylight. One never forgets the light in which we were once born. It's like your shadow. You take this light with you, wherever in the world life takes you and places you. I strongly believe that this was also the case for Louis Kahn. Though taking impulses and inspiration from everywhere and everyone, deep inside of him, he was Nordic. He was an Estonian, and that was also his light. Louis I Kahn, the Nordic Latitude project, evolved slowly, parallel with my career as a teacher and writing at the studio with Emily. There was never a real desire to comment or dissect Kahn's work, but rather a deep interest in understanding his creative process, the motivations, his drawings with notation, and his enigma lectures, and in time how this background from the north might have influenced the thought process. During conversation while I was a student in his masterclass in 72, 73, I sent the Nordic connection, but I could not define it at that time. I thought perhaps this was due to my own longing for home. His early background was of course mentioned, but the architectural focus was upon life in Philadelphia and his position as an American architect. However, in the years after my return to Oslo, circumstances opened doors to meet individuals connected directly or indirectly to Kahn. I visited places and events that broadened my perspective. And now, after living and building in a Nordic landscape and light for so many years, for me, what Kahn said still touches a core Nordic perspective. To be a student in his masterclass at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia was a unique experience. I must say it was a unique experience that in many ways influenced not just me, but also Emily. She was a student at the Philadelphia College of Art at the time. Curious was beyond her immediate studies, and she began to piece together a Philadelphia story that was different from mine. She moved from an American childhood to a Nordic adult life, with all the insight that that duality made. At the same time, she quickly understood the importance of my journals. I have hundreds of them. Both of the masterclass and the things that came later in life. Constantly pushing that I describe and organize them, and out of this, there are two issues that drove over curiosity and desire to write the book. 1. To reach a deeper understanding of his creative process, often very much understood and misunderstood, and the particular expression embedded in that the process, like the use of the words light and silence. The other was that in personal conversation with Kahn, I sensed a longing for the North. And if he wanted me to speak Norwegian, he pushed me in that sense. This, however, must not be misunderstood. Kahn loved USA, and Philadelphia was his city. But also something was lacking. He had no architectural audience interested in his childhood and the place where he was born. In that was only also the loneliness. Behind this book are 2 research periods spent in the Louis Kahn archive. The first one in the year of 1984, 1985, and then later one directly connected to this book. One thing Emily and I discovered was that many of his closest friends and colleagues who were not connected directly to work had Scandinavian or Nordic connection. The archives letter gave limited insight, but that triggered a curiosity in both Emily and me to know more, to broaden the content, and that is the content of the book. Here I think experiences inside a long life in architecture, practice and teaching, and the fact that I recorded these experiences made a difference. On one level, the book content is a path through a Louis life. This is also true for my Louis Kahn student notes. Notes taken directly from Kahn's conversation in this class. These notes are one of the kind. They offer a sense of mood, what we talked about in the class, and how his teaching directly connected to his own creative approach. Or, as he put it, I teach myself when I teach others. I believe the Saaremaa of Kahn's childhood years remain with him as an important social reference and human guideline throughout his life. I'm more sure about now than ever. This content influenced his creative process. Louis I Kahn, the Nordic Latitudes, is a nod to the importance of Saaremaa and Estonia in forming Kahn's beginning. Beginning is a term that he used many times in the class. I would like to end this short speech with a matter of circumstances. My father was born the same year at Kahn. He studied electrical engineering at the renowned university in Germany a few years after World War I. This was a time when new designs related to power stations began to affect architectural design and teaching throughout Europe. For all the architectural history I had in school, I never connected my father's early experience to this dynamic period in European design until one day in our life, September 6, 1991. My father, my son Olaf, then age 10, and I were watching news. We were watching the news. My father began to tell Olaf about his student days, that it was tough, too little money, and then came a surprise. There was a little Nordic group within the class. One student from Finland, two from Riga, but his closest friend was an Estonian. My father went on to say, whenever things were tough, or it was a holiday, the two friends got together and talked about fishing, hunting, the forest, nature, food. And they missed the Nordic living. My father lost track of his friend in the event that followed. But on that September day, the memory of the connection was still alive. And in that instance, I remember the conversation with Kahn and his sense of longing for a Nordic connection. Emily and I give our great thanks to Louis Kahn Estonian Foundation and to everyone involved making the translation and the physical aspect of the book possible. Have a good days ahead of us. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite over Martmeri, who was the editor of the book, and a problem for the international audience. I was born you're about to hear people speaking Estonian, so don't worry, we're fine. We've been doing this quite a while, so we're safe. And you too. So, Mr. Martmeri, our editor.
This is the book in Estonian, and thank you, Per Olaf. Because of this book is now in Estonian, I take a very radical step, and I'll speak Estonian. I think this is okay. And I just want to say some comments what I was feeling when I was working with your book. Esiteks tänu Per Olafile, eelkõige tänu Perile me suudame täita ühe lünga Eesti mõtteilmas või kultuuriloos laiemalt. Ei ole kunagi väga mõistlik, väga rangelt siduda ühte või teist isikut ainult selle kultuuriga, kus ta pärit on. Seda tuleb alati teha, aga mitte minna äärmusesse. Ja nüüd Louis Kahn tundub on just selline isik, kes on siit samast 100 meetrit või kaugelt ta siin elas. Meie keskel on olnud siin ja siis läinud laia maailma. Ma arvan, et enamus eestlasi ei teadnud, et Louis Kahn on sündinud siit 100 meetrit eemal, elanud oma esimesed eluaastad siin. Ja siis kuidagi see oli väga abstraktne tema isik. Teati, et on üks kuulus arhitekt kuskil, et mingi seos võib-olla Eestiga. Mõned uurijad on öelnud, et seda seost ei saa kunagi ametlikult öelda, kuna Eestit selle ajal ei olnud, oli Tsaari-Venemaa kubermang. Need on need äärmuslikud ajaloolased, kes ajavad juuksekannu lõhki. Aga nüüd tänu eelkõige ikkagi tänu Per Olafile on järsku Louis Kahn ilmunud siia täiesti loomulikuna meie keskele, mitte sellise uduse teadmisena. Sest et nüüd, kui ma selle raamatuga maadlesin siin päris kõvasti, siis ma võin öelda, et ma mingis mõttes olin võib-olla Kahni meistrikursuse kaugõppes. Siis ma kuidagi hakkasin tajuma tõesti seda tema mõtteviisi seoseid selle kandiga, kus me praegu oleme. Et see ei ole mitte Per Olafi väljamõeldis, selline spekulatsioon, vaid kui tema raamatut põhjalikult lugeda, siis ma usun, et tekib teil ka tunne, et kui Louis Kahni emakeel oleks olnud eesti keel, siis ka tema maksiimid oleksid palju selgemad. Mulle tundub, et see põhi oli siit pärit ja siis ta püüdis oma selles poeetilises loomingus väljendada seda siit pärit põhja inglise keeles. Ma arvan, et eesti keel on mõnes mõttes paindlikum, täpsem kui inglise keel. Et seda, kui ma püüdsin neid Louis Kahni maksiime eesti keelde ümber panna, need on siis Per Olafi üleskirjutused loengutelt. Need olid enamasti poetilised maksiimid, mis ta oma vaikse häälega ilmselt poetas mingil hetkel, kas praktikumis või loengul. Ja Per Olaf kirjutas need ülesse. Hiljem siis võib-olla kontrollis, kas ta mäletab õigesti, et need on nagu elanud oma elu. Ja siis tänu nendele, neid oli raske tõlkida eesti keelde, aga tänu nendele kuidagi kõik muutus lõpuks koduseks. See oli minu jaoks täiesti kummaline, et valdkondega ma eriti ei tunne, kuhu mind paluti appi. Ja ma ei teadnud, mis mind ees ootab, ikkagi meistrikursus kaugõppes. Ja siis pisitasa tuli selline lähedus, täiesti kummaline lähedus ja siis ka arusaamine, et ka neid Louis Kahni sumbuurseid, segaseid väljendeid tuleb tänapäeval tõlgendada sama suure tahtmisega, kui omal ajal tema tudengid nägid vaeva, et mida ta nüüd ütles, mida ta mõtleb, mitte midagi ei saa aru. Aga seal on mingisugune selle unikaalne arusaam maailmast ja inimestest ja Louis Kahn ise on ka öelnud. Jah, võib-olla üks tema see kõige olulisemaid mõistepaare on need inimese institutsioonid, kes ma alguses ka esimesel hetkel aru ei saanud. Googledasin, vaatasin, mida nende kohta arvatud maailmas ühte ja teist ja kolmandat ja neljandat ja lõpus kõik ehitab põlgutud mõttetu. Aga tegelikult see mõiste see inimese institutsioonid minu jaoks lõpuks ma sealt nagu tuletasingi siis tema enda rolli, kuidas ta näeb siis ennast ruumiloojana, arhitektina või siis peenemalt öelda. Ja tema mõte käis just ikkagi nii, et see ruumilooja, siis arhitekt peab tajuma inimeste vajadusi, mitte enda edevust. Ja just selle kogukonna või selle inimeste rühma vajadusi, kes siis vajavad seda ruumikujundust, on see kirik või saun või kongresside palee või mis iganes. Ja siis sealt ehitama oma selle kunsti või selle arhitektuuri just selle inimeste institutsioonide kaudu, inimeste vajadust hoiakute kaudu. Ja minu arust arhitektuuris see on väga põhimõte, seda paljud ei ole vist, ma ei julge öelda, aga meil tundub, et arhitektid pole seda tajunud, kas nad teevad oma loomingut iseendale või teevad selleks, et teistel oleks selles loodud ruumis hea olla. Üks väga oluline või üks maksiim, mis mulle meelde jäi Louis Kahnilt, kui nad kursusel lahendasid projekte ja seal oli ka raamatukogu. noh, ja siis Kahn kuskil ütles, et no, natuke teeb nagu rahvapärasemaks, ütles umbes nii, et vaadake, kui lugejaid raamatukogus ei ole, siis raamatutel on pidu. Ja kui järele mõelda, mida see tähendab, noh see minu arust võtab kogu selle tema institutsioonide mõtteviisi ka kokku. Et raamatukogu on selles mõttes erand, et seal lisaks inimestele peavad olema ka raamatud, mis peavad ennast hästi tundma. Et see oli minu jaoks ka selline maksiim, kus ma järsku hakkasin tajuma ka meie mõtteviisi. Ja kui nüüd siin hakatakse kavaldama tõesti seda Louis Kahni keskust, siis tuleb just see tema inimeste institutsioonide mõiste tuua siia keskkonda, meie aega ja anda talle siis samasugune sügav tähendus nagu Louis Kahn ise oma eluajal püüdis sellele mõistele anda. Mõnikord läks seda väga korda, mõnikord ei läinud nii palju korda, mis võib-olla ei sõltunud temast, vaid ma ei tea, pigem vaidlustest kommentandiga või vaidlustest kellijaga või rahastajaga. Aga seda inimeste institutsioonide põhimõtet tasuks meil kõigil tõesti meeles pidada, hoolimata elukutsest ja valdkonnast, kus me tegeleme. Nii et see oli selline minu kevadine seiklus, mis kohati oli väga ränk, aga ka põnev ja sellist avastamist pakub. Nii et aitäh Per Olafile ja ka Louis Kahni sihtasutusele, kes kui ükskord öeldi, et kuule, kas sa saaksid natuke appi, vaatas mingi tekst üle. Ja oli väärt vaatamist küll. Nii et aitäh.
And before we break into lunch, I would like to ask Karen, my fellow member of the board, who basically did all the heavy lifting other than editing with this book. Please, Carl, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Oliver. First of all, Mr. Per Olaf, thank you really much for your wonderful and heartwarming speech, and the same goes to Martin. I just felt that I couldn't sit down anymore, and I have to share some moments which have occurred in front of us during the last 10 months, and also from previous times. So today is the day of celebration. It's the end of a really, really long and hard journey, which has been a bumpy road, which has also been expressed by Per Olaf himself. But I would like to express a few ideas just. In the end, it has been a team effort, tremendous team effort, and almost every member of the Louis Kahn Foundation Council has proven themselves taking part, giving all what they've got, and also support of our founding members, Estonian Unions of Architects and Estonian Architecture Centre have been of great support to us. This has been a team also thanks to Mart and his wonderful wife. We all have needed support here, and finally we succeeded together. And this is the first idea, so thank you all. Thank you, Asko, as well, and also for your team for tremendous work on correcting all the stuff. And it has been hard. And now to the second point, what I want to make. And actually this is one sentence that Mart also said, which will stay in my memory forever probably. And the general point is that the work itself, the text, what you have written, Per Olaf, and Emily's also contribution. The text and the ideas of Louis Kahn has been a great deal of inspiration for all of us to endure this way to the final result, to come to this day. And I remember when we had the project schedule and all the stuff, and timetables were pressing up to us, then Mart Meri, I tried to translate it to English as well, quite well, but Mart Meri said to me that kolhoosi tasemel me seda küll ei tee. So we will not do this job in the level of like Commonwealth kolhoos or some agricultural farm. And finally, when I read, of course, there are several stories about the book, and some parts were missing, and so on. Just a few weeks ago, I read some little part what Mart has written. I really felt that this is deep, this is in Estonian, and this is also understandable. So I think Mart has taken really good care of the original text. And I'm really happy about that. So thank you all, both Mart and Olaf, for your cooperation. And probably, to be honest, I also have to thank also Merko Building, who came to our help in the last moment of getting the book ready. So thank you, and thank you all the members and all who participated. Thanks.
And now we break for lunch. See you back here 2 o'clock. Would that be good?
30 minutes.
Quarter past 2. It should, give you enough time to have something to eat.
And from my side, because it's a celebration day, we have a võileivatort sandwich cake with smoked salmon and some lobsters. Enjoy!
Okay, welcome back. We are ready to start with the second half of our day. While during the first half of the day we were talking more about the context and the significance of our ambition of building the Louis Kahn Centre in Saaremaa, in Kuressaare. The second half is different, and we are moving forward and perhaps further from our imagination. And well, the opening words. When I think about the how this journey began, mine goes back to the 2021 seminar, and we held right here in this same room. Something important happened that day. There was Norwegian ambassador Emily Randall Fjeld in the audience, and right after the seminar she came to us and asked for more information and how can she get involved, or more how the embassy of Norway can get involved. And thanks to her and thanks to the Kingdom of Norway, our foundation was able to embark on a collaboration, probably the most significant one in our history. And today is, in a way, marks the moment when this project that actually started 4 years ago is now completed. And now briefly about the ambitious collaboration I was mentioning. Together with three universities, ETH Zürich, AHO Oslo and TalTech, we set out to imagine Louis Kahn Centre in Kuressaare. The municipality of Saaremaa helped us to identify the site. The address is Stadion 9. That became the starting point of for the students' projects you will see and hear about today. So this afternoon is really about their work, about how young architects from different backgrounds approach the task of rethinking this place through the lens of Kahn's legacy. So these projects are not just drawings or models, and I take the liberty of expressing myself perhaps more poetically. These are conversations across time and culture between Kuressaare and the world. And now, moving on to our next speaker, and the first speaker of the second half. It's my pleasure to introduce Catherine Ness, architect and lecturer at AHO Oslo. Catherine has been guiding her students in exploring how architecture can respond to unique conditions of the Nordic context, especially the interplay of light and shadow in public space. In this process, she has helped the students look closely at Kuressaare to understand its atmosphere and its potential through design. Today, she will share with us a collection of works by AHO Oslo students where Nordic sensibilities meet the specific character of this island. ladies and gentlemen, Katrines.
Thank you for this nice introduction. That was not the first page, but I must start saying that I feel really honored to be here today. And as have been mentioned before, it has been quite a long journey to come here and to actually see our models entering this amazing Kuressaare Castle. And it's also it's my third time in Saaremaa this year, actually, and I had never been to Estonia before. And it was quite a strange feeling to come to Estonia and feel that I somehow came home. Like I feel Estland, that we would say, it seems very familiar to us, I think. And also the students said this when they came here, that it's the way people are, and what I will talk about, maybe it's also the lights, and that we are actually on the same latitude. I'm, as you said, I'm teaching architecture, and I've done that for 14 years. And 3 years ago, we realized that it was some things we were taking for granted in our teaching, and that was knowledge and competence and working with daylight. So we have been really focusing on that. And I'm also, of course, responsible for this master's course called Studio Daylight and Structure. And this course was actually made because of the invitation from Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation, and then the invitation to this collaboration. And as the name of the studio, Daylight and Structure, is sort of embedded in the studio, how it's linked to Kahn, you would say. So before I introduce some of the works, I have to give an introduction to our teaching in Daylight. I'm responsible for a course called Nordic Lights in Architecture. So we're focusing mainly on light on high latitudes, because it's sort of it's necessary to understand, I think, to understand projects, to understand how we approach teaching and also working with architecture. And I just want to show these images from sort of behind the scenes before this day. We were packing models now the last month and sending them over to Kuressaare Castle. And I also would like to express sort of gratitude to be a part of an international collaboration like this. We are missing UPenn in this on this list, but as you see here, also we have gotten different topics that we sort of have as our main focus, or that we have worked most with, and then we have given, or TalTech is obviously then the place and the country and the culture here, and Studio Bolt's also material, and then we have focused on daylight. And as we are relatively few people living on high latitudes, we need also to share competence in working with daylight. So behind this course is a Nordic collaboration on daylight and education with researchers from Copenhagen and Stockholm and Lund University. That has been really important for us to establish our teaching in daylight. Okay, so I first want to introduce some of the maybe challenges or perspectives on daylight in architecture. And it's now more than 100 years since, or we had 100 years of electricity in Oslo, or Norway. And what we see is that it's sort of the skill of harnessing daylight, working with proportions and light openings is something we need to practice and we need to work precisely with. And with electric lights, then it's obvious that we somehow take this light for granted. And with the densification of the city, this becomes even more important, that we see that we are paradoxically facing some of the same challenges as we did 100 years ago with too little light especially housing projects. And we are also very, or what we see is that we easily gravitate towards the measurable aspects of architecture, that we tend to measure daylight and talk about the quantitative aspects of daylight, and we are focusing on how we can bridge this gap between the quantity of daylight and the quality of daylight, and then also to see how buildings are made, the material surfaces and the sort of details in the window opening, how that is not just an atmospheric, it's not just in how we experience or perceive the architecture, but it actually also affects the amount of daylight. And this is from our study trip that we called along 60th parallel. That was now corrected to the 59th parallel here. But then we also visited these places along, we had this slow journey from Oslo to Stockholm and by train, and then from Stockholm to Helsinki by boat, and from Helsinki to Tallinn by boat. And we were traveling in the same light in this slow journey, and we were experiencing architecture in these different places on the same latitude. And of course, these two rooms we see here, that is one bright and one dark, they are on the same latitude in Stockholm. But I brought them with to sort of say that probably the most challenging aspect of working with daylight and architecture is what kind of light are we after, or what do we want for our project? Is it a bright space or a dark space? And eventually then why? And you mentioned 2021. In 2022 we handed in a project, we were invited by the Louis I Kahn Estonian Foundation to present the project for Norway from the period between 64 and 70, and this was because of Louis Kahn's journey to the Nordic countries in 1966. And we then picked this project by Sverre Fjeld, the Norwegian architect, and the transformation of this barn in Storhamar barn and the Hedmark County Museum. And what we were interested in here was the transformation and the idea of what kind of light was there in the ruin when he found it and looked upon the ruin as a site in itself with a given light condition, and then what kind of light do you then add to this structure, and how is the interplay between the new structure and the existing structure. And this project is also a good example of this work with the structure as giving the light openings rather than the opening in the wall. We are also concerned about culture and cultural heritage and the evolution of light openings and how that has been in Norway and that's different from Sweden and Estonia. And I think that would be a really interesting comparison to see what is different on the same latitude. And then to latitudes, I think it's very interesting to look at the globe from this perspective and to look at where the 60th parallel actually goes. And we can see that it's really few people living on this latitude. And now we are here on 58.24, and it's the really southern part of Norway. And as quoted here, that this perspective that was already stated in the first book of architecture by Vitruvius, that if our design private houses are to be correct, we must at the outset take note of the countries and climates in which they are built. And that is somehow could be obvious in many ways, but what we see is a sort of globalized trend, I would say, of looking at architecture quite often as images that is not really down to place. And it's sort of intriguing, I think, to look at the map like this without borders and to think of regions and the daylight conditions in certain regions. So, and also to sum up in a way, but this, of course, the latitude gives us the angle of the sun, and the prolonged dusk and dawn that is very typical of the Nordic lights. And also we've seen this image before today, and I find this also really interesting in relation to the discussion here, because when we look at this image, we look at the sun and we look at the direction, and we know it's the equinox and it's towards the west. And we can look at this and to compare Salk Institute and Kuressaare and see that we're on the same line, but the altitude of the sun at this point will be the same as summer solstice here, so still it's a geometrical context, it's sort of a three-dimensional understanding of daylight that is necessary to understand the intentions behind the architecture, rather than looking at the image. As I somehow touched upon, we were traveling around this latitude, and we had this was in February, and we had a perfect cloudy sky for our whole trip. We never saw the sun. It was cloudy from when we started to when we came here. And that is also very typical of the Nordic lights, that we were actually 2/3 of the time we had cloudy skies. And that is something at least I hadn't thought of before as architect. We were always drawing or making projects thinking about the sun as the daylight source, but when 66% of the time we have cloudy skies, that is sort of a new way to consider what kind of light we should work with as architects. So if we compare then the number of days with sun in Oslo and Kuressaare, we see that we are quite similar, a similar relation, and it's even more cloudy days in Kuressaare, and also the seasonal differences here are bigger in a way. That is parts in the winter it's cloudy, and we have sunny days in the summer. So to sum up on this part, but this is sort of our main perspective from this camera obscura you see here, that the moment you open the wall or the structure to bring light in, you bring in the context, and you bring it in not as an image, it's not a window to look out, or that it can be, but it's the upside down. So it works, the light works as a camera obscura, and this is sort of stating that how we work with the interior is directly bound to its context, and I would say that this sort of cannot be discussed in other ways. And this is also showing from 1600 that this drawing with diffuse light has been a part of the architect's tools since 1600s. So it's not a new way of drawing, but it's not at least something I learned in school. But architects can, as Alvar Aalto, knew also how to draw light. And I also find this project, or these images from Viipuri Library quite fascinating, that the intention of the diffuse light when it's on 60th latitude in Viipuri and when it's displaced in Rome at 42nd latitude, the sun enters the room and the whole intention with the light conditioning in the interior also changes. So you see here also how he has drawn light, and that the intention was to read a book without shadows. And Sverre Fjeld also did this in the Venice, the Nordic Pavilion in Venice, that the beams, the height of the beams is directly related to the angle of the sun, and to give diffuse light with no sun rays entering to somehow recreate the Nordic light condition in Venice. And I've been looking for drawings of Kahn and lights, and I found this quite fascinating drawings in the book of Michael Merrill with the importance of drawing, where you see here has also quite different techniques of drawing lights, I would say, and I was trying to find out if he was was drawing the diffuse lights, but of course the angle of the sun there is maybe 88 degrees or something, so it's, you see that he's drawn the lights coming from directly from above. Okay, so this is the sort of background for our course, and what the brief we gave to the students that we were going to work with physical models because we believe it's the best way to assess daylight in architecture. So we're going to build a daylight lab in 1-to-1, and then we're going to make 2 architectural investigations, one in 20 square meters and one in 800 to 1200 square meters. And we gave them the program an educational center, Louis Kahn Centre, and then they were going to work with the site's daylight conditions and structure and material as the main driver for the architectural investigations. So this is our homemade daylight lab, and we made a simple table. It's really like feeling going back in time in one way, but it's has been really useful for the students because it's difficult to understand the geometry of light and how it works in the interior. So they actually now they have a map over Kuressaare and the angle of the sun, and all models were tested in this lab. And they also have they learn drawing techniques with artists and engineers to actually learn how to measure daylight and also draw their own drawings in case studies of projects, public spaces in Oslo. So the 20 square meters pavilion were inspired by these amazing structures. We find them really inspiring, and they made the model in Oslo and they brought the model to the site. And that was also a perspective that sort of all the students were asking, why should we bring the model? And I think when they came to the site and they had actually something to look into on the site, they started to look upon the model differently, and also the site. So it was like, in a way, to force this sort of observation of daylight on the site, because when you come home with all pictures from the site and you wonder what should I use them for, but instead taking pictures in the model, it gave them in a way a different perspective on daylight. This was a short film, but you see that they brought this along the very long, slow journey on the boat entering Helsinki. This perfect cloudy sky. So they were photographing, and then they were bringing the models back to the lab in Oslo, and then looking at the images in the model from the side, and taking new images in the lab to see how they could control the light and work for the next phase of the project. So this is an example of a cast that's now it's exhibited down here, and it came back again to Kuressaare, and it has been photographed with lights on the site. So this is the program we got, and the first thing that happened was that we included students in the discussion of this program, and we all thought it was too much. So we did a first revision, where we reduced the square meters and we simplified the program, and we took away the title. So we wanted the students to find the title themselves, because we felt that the moment you define something as a center, you have an image of what a center should be. So to open their own individual processes, we left it more open. And the site is down here in the stadium, and this landfill, which is a man-made landfill. And we had a quite interesting process with the students, because all of them were so fascinated by this landscape, so they were really afraid to do anything there. And they felt it was such a beautiful site, and why should anything be built there? So this has been sort of a process of working and trying to find out what kind of structure should be on this site. Now I have to read this. Can I stand here? So this is from one student. He wrote that this project is inspired by mainly three topics: the sun and daylight conditions on the island of Saaremaa, the wild and tall growing weeds on the site, and lastly, my doubts and questions on whether one actually should build any man-made structure on the site at all. So this was sort of it generated a process for him that he didn't want to build there. So this small sketch you see here was sort of his way of trying to, it was a really long building that you see down here on the site, and trying to hide in the reeds, and that sort of generated his whole process of building a wood structure, and inspired by traditional houses here on the island, and working with daylight in all these different rooms, where they had quite an open program, but where there were rooms for the local community and exhibition space and rooms for music, etc., with different light. This is also another student that worked with very precisely, I would say, with a daylight lab, and I just want to show you some of the, because when you see one image, that's, well, of course, then one situation in this room, but when you start to look at how the light changes, it opens up for a new interpretation of the room. And they were quite simple models, but if you work very actively with how things were placed in relation to daylight, not only one day, but throughout the whole season. So this is summer solstice and equinox. And this is another project I want to show, that this is only 350 square meters, so there was also, in a way, discussing whether it was too big or was made on this landfill. And the starting point here was measuring the idea of a light opening and starting to measure how much light would that bring into the structure. And this whole idea of measuring lights generated the whole process of forming the architecture and making studio and exhibition space. So the whole second floor is an open studio where he worked very sort of, I would say, detail with the grain of the openings in panels and the structure to look at how much light would then come into the studio. And the lower part was a really dark space where it was exhibition rooms and light brought down to the structure from this huge opening in the ceiling. A third project I want to show is this project, and this is from like a desk talk, and he was using lights also as a sort of generator for the architecture. But it's a really long project as well, but where you enter into a very dark space before you come into a really bright space that is an open exhibition hall. So this is this model is also presented here in the exhibition, but it's a sort of different approach than the other projects. It's quite bold in many ways, but I find it quite interesting how it's always been light that has been the driving force. In the same way as this project where the idea was to carve out lights, and then when you carve out lights, then you have to cast, and then to make the room interior room as a cast. So he worked with cast and how he could make drawings and rooms in relation to this is the diffuse lights on the sites that you see in the plan here. They do calculations of daylight factors, so there's this perfect CIA sky that has made this drawing. And these models are also exhibited down in the castle. So two slides more. This is another project where she started with one structure and one module that she looked upon in different light through the season, and also she sort of molded the landfill to fit around her project. And she did a lot of studies on how daylight was entering the structure in different ways. Okay, to finalize this, to sort of open and maybe discuss what the Kahn Center should be. Yeah, I will. This is the second last slide. I think we have discussed a lot the timeline in this, and I want to show this project because the student he thought totally differently about what such a place should be. So he had a really long timeline where he worked with the idea of using the local community to build these stone structures that would last sort of forever. And then he had this second layer of wood structure added to this stone structure. And I think this is the smallest model in the exhibition, but in a way it's quite, it introduces a quite different perspective that is, I think it's worth discussing in this context. Okay. I hope you will see the exhibition, and we are really proud of the exhibition there, and also to be there with the students from ETH that's also here, and TalTech. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Katrine. Yeah. Since our seminar carries the name Beginnings, I would like to share a short story about one such beginning. It's not my story, so I'm retelling it. Some years ago, Louis Kahn Estonia Foundation council member Urmo Raus traveled to Switzerland, to ETH Zürich. There he attended a lecture marking 50 years since Louis Kahn himself had spoken at ETH. That moment, that particular lecture, set off a chain of events, and soon the expression Kahn Center began to find its way into everyday life here in Saaremaa. So today we have a privilege to welcome one of the key figures connected to that beginning. Please join me in welcoming architect and lecturer Roger Botthauser, who will present the works of ETH Zürich students.
Yeah, we are here and we have present the students which are here. They work right now on a project in Kuressaare, again like our bachelor students. So we are in the way in between our work. The master students do now his work right now and analyze the whole area, and the younger ones, the bachelor ones from the third semester, I will show some work. What I also do is just show a little bit our question, our back, and I quickly show also a little bit of my work. And I hope I have, as always, much more slides, so I'll a bit speed a little bit up. But maybe you understand a little bit better my background and why we are interested in to work here, and especially interested in Kahn. Yeah. And I start because we start with this question: what would Kahn do now if he have to do a center? Probably not for him, or what in general if he would do a contemporary center. And we are pretty sure that he will ask the same question we asked today. It's the question about climate and how we should build today, and what is what's the topic, because Kahn was always very close to the building side, and he understands a lot how to build, and it was sure that he will ask probably this question we also ask, and of course, and this is a picture from 1968, the first time you see the world as a picture. It's not so long ago, but it also shows the resources of the world it has an end. So this is what we have no more. So it's time to think about do things different. Right now you see this diagram, you see the diagram onward is the line diagram. It shows that today mostly that it's like that we produce, we take material, we produce something, we make material and elements to build a house, then we build a house, then we use the house, and then we throw it away if we don't need it. And this is in general what we do. And it's clear we should think different, we should think about the world, it has an end. So we should think more in circle, that we don't throw things away, that we reuse things, that we try to build like that the building can stay for a longer time. And if we have to change, then maybe we have to first of all to think about how we can change the building and how we can reuse material. We start with this question, and we was sure that Kahn would do the same. So I have to look. I have to read it here. So there are these 5 important R's, and probably you know it's what we have to do if we want to protect all these CO2 emissions, or to have less CO2 emission. I mean, it's well known that the building industry is responsible for 40% of CO2 worldwide, and we have to do something against that. And in that sense, use less energy to build something. And there are 5 points you can follow, and this is not this is from Etna and Stockhammer, and it's just to refuse. First of all, you should think about if you build new, or how you build, then to reduce. If you build, that you reduce material, to use just less material, or you reuse elements, or you recycle. That means if you have a brick, you break it down and mix it new and make a new brick out of that, in short, or rot. This is another way of, this is if you use straw materials that you can just let them rot. So if you go in this direction, you use less energy, and this was kind of topic, important points for us. So I go quickly to my work, and I really hurried up. I thought I should talk a little bit that what I do. I'm well known for my work with earth, so the house wrap is a very important work. So it's also, we built with the excavation from the side and build up this building, 3-story high, completely made with the excavation. And you see, but if you have a section through terrain, then you see that you have part of the first part that you can use to build. And this is something which we normally throw away, And this was extremely inspiring for me to do things different, to build different. Of course, if you reuse the earth, you can reduce 50% energy for building. And of course, there's a lot of benefit also with the humidity you have, so many positive aspects. This brings us to a project which I did with my student, the Oven Tower in Kahn. So we tried to do a building which is again with earth, but we prefabricated earth construction. We built this house with the students, and we put the whole construction on the tension, because normally if reuse material, they don't carry a lot, that you can build higher buildings. So it was also for us a question of scaling up. And if you make a construction as a tension construction, maybe you are able to build even higher with these materials. And we built that. The whole building is circular. It means it's very heavy in one case, but on the other hand, you can bring it away. So we think how we can build it, but also take it away and build somewhere else, that we don't have to throw it away. So this was the idea of this building. We built these blocks, we built it up, of course, at the end with the construction company. And yeah, we did these tests with these cables, and we tested if this system really works. And it works, so that it means that we could build higher with this system. Out of that, we create bigger constructions, so with the same material, again, reuse material. And I just showed this is a student house, this is an earth model, and at the end, a 5-story house with the same system. I don't go exactly to this project, but you also feel or see that this project are probably also a little bit related to that what Kahn did. Very simple construction. There are some more housing projects which we right now do in our office. Triangle construction for housing. You see the opening. It's a earth construction. A really simple structure, but a strong geometry, and because the ceilings are made in wood, so you can have big spans, so we reduce them. And another example, which we do a housing, again a very rigid structure, because the material can carry a lot, but again it's also very beautiful. And you feel the connection to, I would say, Kahn's work. This is my own interest. And it's also a reason why, of course, I'm interested in Kahn. So I go really quickly. This is the biggest project we have, a sport hall, again with earth construction. It's just this idea of scaling up. This is now, we hope, going to build in Zurich. And there is a voting in 2 weeks, and Zurich decide if they really want to have this building. Again, huge construction in earth together with PV element. Yes. And you feel a little bit the language, and you also see the relation to the material, the light, and the space. So, yeah, ice okay field should also happen there. Yeah. Okay. Now we come to Louis Kahn, and we also already here. And of course, through my work, and there is missing a boom. I see this is not so good. Of course, Louis Kahn, I know a long time, but for me it was great to see is that he has this lecture style in light, 1969 in the ETH Zürich, and this was a reason that we, in 2019, that we do a symposium, and Uwe Moraes was there. He was invited, and we started to discuss again about Kahn, and of course we did it with contemporary position, with young position, because it was important for us to see how young architects look to Kahn today. But because Kahn is such a strong architect, it's also difficult to go on with Kahn, what they take from Kahn, how they go on. And of course the light here, of course, says something which Kahn inspired of course a lot, but it's also it's silence and light. It's also the silence, and I think silence stands for material, you know. So it's both. It's the space, the light, and the material to create this extremely strong atmosphere. Out of this lecture he had in ETH 1968, ETH was producing the first complete book about Kahn. It was this famous Kahn brick. Brick means because the book had this strange format, this long format. It was just simple exhibition panels, which they reduced to a smaller book, and so it happened that at the end we came up with this book, and now there was some reprinting also, and it was Professor Ronner who invited Kahn to the ETH. And right now we want to publish again a book about Kahn with younger positions, think about Kahn. It's also, you know, Kahn has a kind of community which is, on one hand, very narrow. They interpret Kahn, and it's just, and they often talk in that way. There's no interpretation of his work, and there's no step forward. And there, we want to really look to the other side, what it means Kahn today, what could be the next step with Kahn. You can learn so much still from Kahn, but you can do things different. So yeah, we came here, and of course this was our approach, to see things different, but still go on with some of the principles from which Kahn's work, with the light and structural ideas, but we thought, we opened the site, we know where the site is. Here, I don't know if you see the point, but we opened the site for students that they can build in the whole area, so next to the seaside, again some picture. And we start with, we told them that they should go here and find some material which they can reuse. We didn't want that they just build a new material, we wanted that they find some new or old material which you can use again. And this is probably good to do because Kahn is so strong as a reference that the chance is great that the students just copy this building and they don't come to the next step. And if we bring something else into this work that we say you have to reuse something, then you have another problem, and maybe you get out a little bit, first of all, of this reference, but secondly, you come probably back with these ideas of structure and light, and we start then really also something which we just test. We start with Kahn pictures, because this is something students anyway do, and if we don't talk about that, they will do it without telling us. So we ask them, create first reference with Kahn, and let's discuss what happened. And of course there was wood and light structure, a big library, and yeah, so some first images which they create, which you already see they use wood and higher ceilings, so kind of a veranda situation, or yeah, really start to create bigger spaces with extremely interesting light situation. But there was also the question: is that a conference center? Or is that more a church? You know, it's always, light is always nice, but sometimes it has different meanings. It depends how you use light. What is the language of the conference center we want to create? So these images made us discuss on how strong we should build that, how radical it should be. Is that a conference center? Probably not. But maybe more in this direction with some wood and column structure and some other images which they create, again always with light, and also a ceiling construction with some holes. And yeah, you start to feel they work with contemporary elements, also contemporary techniques, but Kahn is still there, but a little bit more away, so because we come from another way. Some of these images really leads directly to project, other ones change completely. Again, beautiful light situation. Yeah, and now I come to the real works. So the student has to find one material which they reuse, and out of that they start to do the design, and he will start with stone. He took some old stone, and out of that he created this project. He started to create with these old stone arches with tension construction, with the same like this oven tower, and he created these beautiful shapes. Normally it doesn't work, but if you have a tension cable on the top, it works. And he created this light situation. It's completely reused, and right now we are extremely close to Kahn, but it's made like we do it today. You know, how we should do it today, and I would say it's I mean, you can say you know it at the end even better than I, but it's a contemporary Kahn building. You know, it's the light is there, the material is there, but it's made different. Simple structural plans. And also beautiful shape outside, together with the landscape and with the seaside, so extremely nice images. But what I have to say, these students are in the third semester. They only did 3 semesters. After 3 semesters, they show this work. And this is something you have to see. This is very early in the study. So we was a little bit afraid that this doesn't work with such young students. And this one, which are here, are at the end of the studium, so we probably have much better work, but still the results are extremely interesting, because also on the other hand they was pretty free, you know, they don't know much, so they was really free to start thinking about Kahn and the site. Yeah, also with reuse material project, which reuse also some stone structures, which he created a kind of beam structure, which looks like we spread, and out of that create some daylight situation. This is also a reference from South America, which you probably know, which create these special light situation, structure and light again, some beautiful spaces. And again, it's always some recycled material in this project, so it's a little bit different look. Julian, she reused an old silo. This is, I think it's a record silo from the Russian. She found this here, so she thought it's maybe nice to reuse that because it's empty. It's a strange starting point to do a building conference center for Kahn, but what we thought it's interesting is she make a very long structure also next to the site, and then she started to add this, and it's probably a little bit, it reminds also to the Renaissance. Maybe the Italian part of Kahn is also in it, so she changed completely the image of this tunnel construction to something different. And it's also interesting what it means to reuse bigger elements, you know, what happened. Yeah, one work. Then Jean did he reused an old submarine station here. And this is this station he took he took his building material out, and he created this images. He took the old structural element again with the beautiful roof construction. They also was allowed to use new material, so they just combine material, and he created this center. He also reduced the problem a little bit, as our colleagues did, and he created that, and we found it an extremely nice expression. Also, it's not so representative, it's more a place which you can study, maybe you can do conference, but it's also quiet. I think this is a nice reference what maybe a center could be. And it's still working with light, and but it's also not more open construction. We found it's maybe something, it's related to Kahn, but it's different maybe, and work perfectly with the site. It's maybe as a conference, as an open place, a possibility to go with. Lorin Führer, he works with wood construction. He did a very atmospheric picture, stone and wood as a structure, and he did these archaic shapes also with wood he found, and beautiful construction. Reminds also a little bit to Peter Zumthor, very well known Swiss architect, so also that is into this project, but another way of seeing Kahn. And Dominic, he works with, again, with wood. This project which we already saw in the Kahn, this project went directly from the reference to a real project, an open structure in wood. It's another thing of, I think it's a project which really works very well with the style. Probably a little bit less Kahnian, but still some interesting project to think about what the Kahn Center should be. Noah Tagwerker, he reused a hangar which you have here, so you know these places better than I know. And he created kind of new structure out of that. It's kind of structure which goes into the sea side, and then he created kind of hangar construction, like also completely different, but maybe Kahn, if you know his steel structure, maybe it's also a little bit a way of interpreting Kahn. And yeah, you see the project. We come to the probably last one. Yeah, this is very interesting. This is a Julian. He reused the old gas pipeline from the Russians, which are not used anymore. And so you maybe think what kind of project there could be if you start with these elements. That's the last project now. And he did a simple structure to side and going into the seaside, and he did spaces like that. Pretty interesting. The light comes out between this cement element, which you reuse, and the last one is this one. I mean, this is a real Kahnian moment. You know his library, and you know the light situation, you know this deepness in the facade, and you know the working place from Exeter Library. So this is a reuse cement-based Russian gas pipe cement-based project, which at the end is really Kahn. But it's something, it's made completely different, it's made completely contemporary. So we found it extremely interesting, and at the end also successful with those to start this way, to rethink Kahn, and yeah, with this image and my fast speed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we've reached the last stop of our journey, and fittingly it brings us back home to Estonia and to TalTech. The university that has carried much of this vision forward together with us. Our next speaker is architect Emily Randall, and he will guide us through TalTech's work on Louis Kahn Centre and how they imagined it, shaped it, and added their voice to this shared dream.
I'm here by chance, because I don't know a lot about Kahn Foundation, not more than in any media section, and also I don't know much about this cooperation project you presented, and I have to thank you, Rosa and Katrine to making a wonderful presentation. So, but I wasn't present in this cooperation work. So, but in this spring I had 3 master students, and one of them had a topic, the same topic as the Kahn Center in Kuressaare. So I decided to present this work, and I think this is also the posters are presented in a castle, and I didn't change this masterpieces project. So let's try to scroll through the theoretical part, and I explain something when we are looking at pictures. And I'd like to pay attention for some moments in this theoretical part. One is lightning, and the other topic is materiality. Let's see. This is not interesting. So, the subject was, my student Ksenia Sokolova was the perception of architecture, and what the meaning of light in this perception. And we started to, we based on the theory of American lighting designer Richard Kelly, who in the 1950s, he identified the main functions of architectural light, and Richard Kelly was also a cooperator with Louis Kahn, and they did together Kimberley Museum, and Kelly also taught in Yale, and perhaps they met also in Yale University. And what else about Richard Kelly? He worked also with other famous architects of this time. He worked with Mies van der Rohe and Philip Johnson, I think. So when Kelly identified 3 functions of architectural light. They are ambient, focused, and dramatic. And so we can integrate in a meaning of perception these phases as to see, to notice, and to experience. Illustrations about these different types of lighting. And second image is, this is from the work of FFL Lausanne Professor Marilyn Anderson and Siobhan Rokas, and they put on a line different types of natural lighting. And in the impact of light contrast is perception and emotion. They define the 3 types. And from the west side to the right, left side to right. In the left side, the first three typologies are they are most contrasting, and they are useful to create excitement, movement, and rich light effects. And in the center, there are 4 to 7 that are suitable typologies suitable for museums, schools, public spaces, and on the right side we saw very low contrast typologies. And they are suitable for exhibition halls and libraries, meditation halls and quiet rooms. And they also illustrated this idea, this very wonderful poster of different examples of very famous buildings. The other point I wanted to underline is communication with the material. Louis Kahn is missing. Louis Kahn treated the building materials always a very deep respect, considering them not as building resources but as independent partners. And it's well known his famous dialogue with a brick. And Kahn asks the brick, what do you want, brick? And the brick answers, I like an arch. And Kahn continues, look, I want one too, but arches are expensive and I can use a concrete beam. And brick says, I know that, but I like an arch. So Xenia did some research on these very famous objects of Kahn. This is a Kekale Museum. Richard Kelly worked with Louis Kahn. No comments, you all know it. And she took also Tata Ando's chapel. Let's go to the project. The site plan, we talked about it today many times about it. It's a red triangle is a site. And this is a flood plan of Kuressaare. It's a very tricky place to build something, so in any case we have to lift the first floor a little bit up, and we did it in this work. We put it on 3 meters in any case. And this is a site plan, some concept ideas, and this is a concept of material, and this all this solution was built up on a choice of material, and the choice was to find to use round earth, as Roger explained it very well, and Xenia turned this Louis Kahn dialogue with brick to dialogue with rammed earth, and she picked up the 10 qualities of remnant earth, and I will read them. Remnant earth is speaking. I like to be massive. I express my character in a thick wall. Don't make me thin. My strength is in horizontality, in weight, in connection with the earth. Don't make me a tower. I'm uncomfortable up there. The third one, I love simplicity. Straight lines, understandable forms. Complex structures make me insecure and break my nature. I'm afraid of water, both above and below. Give me a roof with a canopy and a proper foundation. Moisture is my weakness, but you can protect it. I don't tolerate haste. My rhythm is in the rhythm of the earth. Don't force me, tamp me down, very slowly, layer by layer, with attention. I like to be local. Make me what's under your feet. Then I'll be truly at home. Don't want to be hidden. I can breath. Don't ruin me with concrete and chemistry. Stabilize me gently with lime if necessary. I'm light and shadow. The sun plays on my surface, show me how I wake up and at different times in the day. And the last one, I'm a voice of the past, but I live in the future. Respect my Asian nature, but don't be afraid to create something new with me. So, next, there's some inspiration follows. And I think here, this is the first sketch, or one of them, and this reflects very well this material, rammed earth, and also this program, or this was complex program. And first images, and this is a basement floor plan, and the first floor, and all this complex is combined with very simple forms, and we got different courtyards. They are covered or outside courtyards. There are big halls, restaurant, cafe, library are looking to the sunset, to the sea, and below, on the south side, there is a residency, and second floor. And to build the second floor, we used timber constructions to keep all this rammed earth on a first level. Some images. And sections. And to explain the different possibilities to use daylight, we tried to create very different roof systems and roof windows, and different for different rooms and different functions.
Okay. Yes.
Some announcements.
Before the coffee break or right now?
You can announce coffee break and then some announcements.
Okay. Well, thank you, Carl. You gave it away. It's coffee break time, so yeah. And some announcements.
Yes, so thank you. Before you leave to the coffee break, a special announcement to the students. We have one really special task for you after the next session. And then what was it more? Aha! Really important announcement. During the coffee break, please gather all the people involved in making the book reality. We want to do one common picture. So the book team who took part, had responsibility in accordance to book, please gather around here, and I hope our photographer is also somewhere near listening. So everybody else is free to go, and I remind you also that for those who are still watching our YouTube channel, which is actually packed with people, you can also donate for the transmission, and also I invite everybody who hasn't bought it, you can buy the book from the internet as well, and everybody else has a coffee break. And please be back after 15 minutes. So thank you, this was the announcement. And then it's a final task, then last session. Okay.
don't know the origin, but at the end of every seminar, where you've heard so many different perspectives, it is a tradition to gather all those people with different perspectives on stage to battle them out, to battle well. No, we're not going to put you through that. But either way, this is the moment when I hang the microphone. I'm going to pass the microphone on to the moderator, Mari-Liis Wunder, and she will be trying to contain this group and their opinions. So take it away.
Yes, thank you, Valmar. Thank you, everybody. First of all, thank you for a very interesting day. And it's been sounding very fast. But just a few words of my background. That interestingly, I have been living in Zurich and working as an architect for 13 years. I did study in AHO before, and today I live in Saaremaa and outside of Kuressaare, and this was not planned. So when Ingrid called me first time, I was like, there are some synergies, so maybe we should know. So today we are here. So it's very interesting, so I know a little bit maybe more of background and the way of the different lands are thinking, and what is maybe the connecting elements. So it's been very interesting. But what we would like to know today from this project is actually firstly the interest from the students. So I would like to know a little bit from the academic view that to create this kind of a school project, in one side as a teacher, because we are doing a center for another great architect, and also the interest of students. How would you estimate, or how would you say now, how did it feel?
That's an open question, but as I also maybe try to present, I think our students approach this with a sort of with curiosity, and they're very concerned about local community. They're concerned about birds, plants, sort of the ecology, and so I think it's maybe what we met is that sort of resistance, I would say, to build a big center here in the scale of the city, but maybe sort of I think at least that's my sort of to your question, that the sort of a general comment is that they have this focus of the local, maybe more than the international perspective. It's and I don't know if you noticed, but none of our projects have parking lots or entrance with buses or cars. It's paths in the lands, and it's sort of in that way trying to protect the landscape as it is, and also the view from the castle and all these things we're really concerned about.
Maybe I made my question a little more narrow. I meant also that the interest among the students under the name of Kahn Center, would that also influence their approach or compared to other studio projects? Maybe we can give to Roger. You have a big studio.
Yeah, I would say, of course, there was an influence, but it's also kind of, it's even today, also for, I think, for architect's work, Kahn is a big wall, you know, and it's first of all you don't look at that because you feel that very small, and so to take something is first of all a problem. And it's also, you have to say right now, Kahn is not in a general discussion right now. The other things will be discussed, this climate question. And so to come into was really good for the student to come here. to study the site, to study the local material, to study the light, to feel where we come from. It was an easier start to come into this question like we did, to try to take something out of the country, from the site, try to transform. And then they already had something, and then they have the second view to come back. And then they start saying, oh yes, maybe the light, maybe this, maybe that, oh yes, this is probably, because they already have something, so the wall was a little bit lower, and so they was able to jump over it, you know. I think this is, and still today, I think Kahn is such a enormous good architect that in a way it's also kind of could shock you or could push away, and you have to find ways to come around him, and maybe from his culture, from his background, and then you are right after time you are able to take things. I never ask the student really. When we have some students here which are really working on Kahns, maybe they could give us a more precise answer, but at the end also how we build our studio up with this topic, how we came into this question was really around Kahn to take him in the second round, you know. And then it was extremely exciting, of course, for everyone. The discussion was I think great. The final this discussion was really a great thing, but it takes us some time.
Is that you're correct? From the works of ETH and your presentation, it was really nice to see how you actually, with a purposely turn it around, that you bring him in and then you let them free, and that was maybe also the idea of the topic that, how do we work with that? And another thought what I had was the interest to Kahn today among the students. Is it still there? I mean, or would this project, if you could choose, would the students are actually interested of working with this thing as something wow to do today, or is just one of the other ones?
I can answer from AHO that it's quite interesting when you have a topic and you start to look around in the school and suddenly, at least I observed a lot of Kahn references in students' tables. So I think it's something we of course discuss, and I think we also have this perspective that we indirectly introduce Kahn. So our students they didn't study directly Kahn's project, and that was intentional because it's sort of. But I think it's at least what I observe. They are interested, and it sort of has maybe a new relevance for them.
Would you add something, Roger?
Yeah, so you know, young office out of the ETH are mostly not one-man office. They're often now communities, so they come out with 3, 4, 5 persons. They have also abstract names, so this is not, you know, the way to go. Even Herzog de Baron is not the way to go anymore. It's more collaborative, working with people on the side. So Kahn is, first of all, completely other model. You know, something which they don't want to do because they don't see architecture very hierarchic. They don't see that he's the big designer, and then hundreds of people are working. So the mindset is completely different today. But on the other hand, and I work, and my work is close to Kahn, and I'm still probably contemporary. But you have to really to show the way. I think Kahn works also a lot with the climate aspect. You know, he used the water, he used the trees, he did several layers to bring the light into the house, and he worked with mass, and this is a passive way of dealing with energy, and there he is extremely contemporary. And it's again something you have to study to see, maybe we can use less technique, we could do cool social housing with this principle of layering, have 10 different temperature zones, and then it's getting interesting, you know. So if you, in general, it's not contemporary, but if you go deeper, as many good architects, anyway, at the end, are extremely interesting too. And he is, starting in the 60s, he started to think about climb aspect. So, but this is something nobody knows, you know, just see these monuments and so, but behind there is a lot of interesting knowledge which we really can use today. Now,
yeah, very interesting, and that's very nice to hear that you work with a lot of students, the young people, and you really see where the trend is going or how do they function, and that's very true that the world is changing, but also the generations. But Emily, maybe also, how do you feel? Will there be another master thesis coming on Kahn's topic or not this year?
Well, I wanted to add about this, your question about this, is there any interest to the Kahn topic? I think students are always interested where there are some very strong element in this topic, and Kahn is just one of it. Sometimes I pushed students who could find a way, let's do some mosque or something like this. It's very different, and it activates or to take a very difficult site. It's also the same. So Kahn, what about Kahn? I'm not very sure how much the young people know about architects and history of architecture. I was in this summer, in this, how we call it, when they come to study, and we asked a simple question: name one architect. Like half of them didn't know any architect. That's a problem.
Wow, that's also a good one. But then, if you now move on to the topic of the future role and the collaboration, and the future role, I mean, what could be the future role for the Kahn Center, maybe in Europe or internationally, but also in a light of collaboration of universities, because I think this project now was also interesting because there was a collaboration. And maybe as a first, how did that feel? And I would say I take my question in two parts. So I would first love to hear about this collaboration. Did it work something? Did you feel? What would the students get? Or what do you think about this collaboration between different universities, exchanging projects, ideas?
No, we, of course, this is really important for us, and I think the way we've done it has been really integrated in our teaching, and I think that's really important for our collaboration to work. And I was so lucky to be at the final review in Zürich, and then Sandro, that's teaching in Zürich, he was at the final review with us in Oslo, and ETH shared all their students, readers with us and the students, and we have shared our students' work with you, and we were invited to exhibition at ETH with our students. So it's this sort of personal meeting in it, and also the feeling of actually helping each other with, you had a huge archive of material, and we were working with daylight. So we were so grateful to sort of get all this material, and we could give it to our students. And I think it's not, then collaboration works in a very good way, and it's not just sort of in theory, but it's in the way of, it's very sort of directly linked. And I'm going there now in October, and also in December to Zurich. So I'm really excited where this will go, and the further sort of continuation of this, because at least from our perspective, there's a huge potential in this collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, so collaboration like that just makes the whole project, if you see it as a whole, much more richer. You know, you're much closer to this light situation as we in Switzerland. Right? We have different lights into it. And she came directly with this approach, which we came from the material side. So we have just another view to the work. Of course, we work with light, but not in this way. And you have the feeling they understand probably that a little bit better, because they are, you know, used to live with this light situation. So in that sense, you learn from each other. And of course, I know my assistant Sandro is also diplomat. He was completely flashed from this quiz in Oslo because wow, he works with the light and we have to do it more. So this is what happened, you know, if you collaborate and if you have discussion also with the schools from here, that you see how they sing. It's always in the region, everything, you know, and maybe this is also something which the Kahn Center could be. It's not just looking backwards, it's just make things possible, people come together, think about Kahn or other things, or the culture here, and do the next step and enrich each other. You know, this is something, and I see Kahn Center really as a kind of study center, you know, and have an extremely beautiful landscape, a little bit like a monastery. You're quiet, you're sitting there, you think about, you draw something, and then something new is probably happening.
Exactly, that you're very nicely sliding to the next interesting topic about the future role of the Kahn Center for the universities. As the first would be my question, and I really liked, I don't know if Kristjan is here anymore, but he was speaking about the energy and light, and then he said that there are sometimes that people come together and do something together and experience something, and then everybody goes back to do their thing. And I was wondering, how do you see, as you started, what can be the role for those universities, if it comes now to real, that there is this center?
Yeah, so it would be nice that, I mean, I would say ETH would be interesting because they have already history with Kahn, Pennsylvania, Oslo, all these schools who have a strong relation. They're interested, and it's an offer to go there and to study and to come together. I think this could be really a good model to integrate the school, because I see it really as a kind of learning center, you know, and yeah, something like that I could imagine. Of course, with exhibition dialogue like we have here, so there's a nice program around that you have inspiration, and the curators could be different schools, or you know, that you always work with several institutes and not just one head drive this institute. This kind of rotation probably, because I think this center should be always interesting and always have new topics. And maybe if you work with several universities, you have the opportunity to be always interesting, have new topics, and this is always a motivation to come back. Definitely this would be a good, and sometimes a good Kahn exhibition to have that. Also, it's nice and reinterpretation, and yeah, I also find that we do now a book, maybe I took over, about Kahn, and I already tell you that we ask the contemporary musicians which has a relation to Kahn. Maybe they don't see it directly in their work, but they have it, and they talk about Kahn. Maybe they talk about how he sketched, and then they reflect it, and then we take some nice texts with some beautiful images. I also see that as a great thing to what contemporary musicians do with Kahn, and what is the outcome of that. And I would say many of these musicians, you don't think that they have a relation to him, but things like that to show is also extremely, as I would go extremely forward, you know, into the future. Yes.
We talked about the time aspect here, and I think it's sort of it's a moment in a way now, and we are working in this time, and I think the vision for the Kahn Center maybe has I don't know 10-year perspective, or it's 5, or I don't know what time aspect you see this in, but what we have talked about is that it would be interesting to do something here in sort of while we're waiting, and maybe that's also because I think this collaboration is also fragile. Like we have it now, but if we sort of start to do other things, then we don't have it anymore. So these are some ideas we have been talking about. What if it's something that is going on here, that it starts to grow from another place, than looking at the vision that is so big and so ambitious that it might lose it on the way.
It's a good, interesting point you bring out. But what about the thoughts of the role for the universities from Estonian side? Anything to add, or the thoughts about?
I would say something. Actually, as we talk about this traveling master students, we had such kind of program in TalTech, but it was closed, I think, 4 years ago. And it was based on a context of Professor Irina Rood, and we had 7 different universities and run about, I think, 10 years. There was one school in Brandenburg, in Innsbruck, in Israel, in Portugal, in Tallinn, something more. And I remember I supervised one master thesis project for a German guy, and the topic was rebuilding of Heedalahti Square in Helsinki. And it was a very interesting project, but our bosses in university, they don't understand what kind of studio it is. They are traveling more or studying, or what's a form of studying, and also it was not very popular, and students don't want to pay for it, and especially Estonian students, so they decided to close it, and it's very, very sad. It was an interesting experience.
That's something to light up again, if this is now coming up again. But there was something else very interesting that I picked up from Anu's presentation, and she was bringing out something that the master Arvo Pärt, I don't know if you were not here, but there was a presentation about Arvo Pärt Centre, and this is a center for living genius musician, componist, and but he has never been teaching. And he, as we experienced today, he don't speak much. So, but what they experienced at this center, that there was this somehow unofficial starting, that he was starting to give interviews, and then that through that actually students or people who go there can experience someone who you cannot experience the other way. And I think that's a very nice way. And I was just also asking in today's life about this Kahn Center, that could it work that there will start this kind of unofficial, like today here we speak and there are some topics and interest coming out, that would that be also a one very strong part, that actually students or universities would be interested to have more this, not that strong academic maybe discussions, or some pearls from other architects that are not actually that talkative?
Do you mean that they would be interested in participating? For example, if it was a center here now and it had happening things here that students are interested in doing. I think the challenge in sort of academia and teaching is that we have a curriculum and we have master courses, and sometimes they're traveling, usually they are not. And I don't know. It's sort of, it needs to be, of course, then planned, because students rarely have time outside their courses if it's not some workshops or events like that. I don't know if that was what you meant, if they were actually wanting to come here, if it was such a place.
Yeah, I was actually more even wondering that what would be your feeling for this center, that could that be also a part of there, that it starts to be something more special and something that could roll out of there. But I guess as you also before said, that this could be the way. But I would have actually a question also to add about this center of how do you feel in as a head of Estonian architects. How can we profit, and what is your vision to the center idea here in Kuressaare?
First of all, I would like to thank the Kahn Foundation, because I think you have gathered here such a nice bunch of experts. I think also today's lectures were so interesting, as we had Kristjan Järvi kind of inspiring us with all this magic, and then Gardag bringing all these very nice drawings and facts about August Commandant and Kahn working together, so we could actually see the legacy. And then Anu Kiviga bringing the examples how Arvo Pärt Centre was already established, because I think it's a kind of a very good example what to follow and what to learn from the processes, and then this really nice perspective from outside. So what I felt was actually that we have here this grand legacy, and it's still the moment where we here in Estonia maybe are not that aware of, meaning Estonian architects are probably aware of the legacy of Kahn and August Commandant and these bright minds, but let's say Estonia in general maybe is not that aware, so there is still a lot of let's say lobbying in that sense to do to kind of let people know how good ideas have become or started from Saaremaa. So yeah, I really felt that the legacy is in the scale of the world. Then there is a tiny Estonia, 1.3 million people, and then there is this island of Saaremaa. But sometimes the great ideas start from periphery. So I think we should actually see this very peripheral context as a rich ground. Because I would say it would be so obvious to have a Kahn Center in New York, nobody would be surprised, we're going to New York to this Kahn Center, of course, but going to the Kahn Center in Saaremaa, and then, really having this silence, focus, I see like a residency as the maybe main, let's say, backbone of it, because I think nowadays in the world of over-exaggerated everything. I think for architects as well, there is a need for sitting down, focusing, researching, drawing. So I think the Saaremaa and this context could be the soil for new Kahns to rise from Estonia.
Yes. So in that another nice wind that came in, I'm actually there is one more part that I'm maybe ask your advice or input. We have I think signed the Valmark and says we do have the plot. The Kuressaare municipality has officially announced that we have the plot and we should start building in 7 years. That was the condition. So that's a good sign. But before there will be a competition. So maybe here I would ask, what would be maybe your suggestions for the success of this competition? Should it be invited or open, or what could be something to help us to maybe go on, or what would be just as a now some ideas how would this competition be successful? Maybe here we can start again with as an Estonian experience, and then I would love to have an experience of the other countries.
I think we could, as we could hear from Arvo Pärt Centre, I think it's very important to know what we are doing. I really love the keywords. I think the keywords are so well matching the situation which is created there by Nieto Sobahano architects. So I think we should start from understanding what do we want, and I think in this kind of having this grand legacy, but then again this intimacy and this kind of small scale but very focused building in Saaremaa, I think that could be the idea of it. So the brief And then, of course, we need political will. We see that Saaremaa, the municipality, is very open and nicely giving the plot, but I think we need the will from the government level as well, that Estonia would believe in it, and then, of course, the funding. I think it's good to start the competition when there is kind of some more clear, let's say, funding options on the ground, because we don't want to waste architects' energy. You know, we architects, we are so used to, let's do an open competition for, you know, something. But you don't want to do it when you don't know that it will be actually built. I think we should kind of be certain that there is the will, also beyond this group here, and then we should do a competition. I think then it's a bit technical how it is exactly organized. I myself would support the open competition in a way that everybody can submit their best ideas.
Yes, Roger, you can take over. I know that Switzerland has a good competition culture.
Many ways of doing competition. Also, maybe it could be also kind of things that you invite somebody, make an open part, and that you have several. You know, so if you do open for Kahn, you have thousands of
I think that
reviews and. Yeah, maybe there are competition that you invite a group, and then you have maybe an open part, and you have a student part, or a school part could be also. And maybe also interesting could be that you start with a very low level thing that you have to bring some sketch, and then you qualify yourself with some ideas which is not planned, and then go in. Yeah, it's not so easy to do this competition, you know. Normally, in Greece, there's a museum down now, also in Earth from Chipperfield. They invite just a tent-top office, and then you have these, you know, these general answers from this using other materials. But yeah, so this is really, maybe it's also something which could happen with school. If you anyway would integrate the school, could be another way of doing competition. I don't know. Maybe I think. Definitely needs a smart idea to make a special place here.
Yeah, I agree. I think also the option of having kind of a very, let's say, brief first phase and then the second phase, which would be already with a fee, makes sense as well. I think, and I love the keywords, that there was a lot of know-how about materials. I think that goes very well with the legacy of Kahn. You know, the limestone being, you know, very local material, but you also showcased dry concrete or rammed earth, and then the light part. I think this kind of research should be written in the brief. So when you're already kind of taking part in the competition, I think you should be kind of aware, be aware of all this research which has been done.
Maybe something which Kahn always did, he always maybe didn't like to have a fixed program. And if you get that, he changed that. You know? And that is first thought what it could be. Maybe to have also, beside the first design, it could be also concept idea, exactly with the question you asked. You know, what is a Kahn Center? Maybe that you bring a concept. You have an idea with school, you have an idea with museum, or I don't know what kind of idea you have, or a cooperation with Pennsylvania, or whatever you want to do. Maybe also to finance, to have a stronger background to finance that, together with the design idea. Maybe the competition could be in the first step a little more open, that you ask the same question as you ask, so that you bring a little more than just some good materials and a nice space situation that you ask for a concept. But just the last thing, I think Pennsylvania has the archive, you know, and everybody goes there to study the plans, and so this is all from Drove, from Kahn, it's all you can touch, you know. And you have the landscape, you have his background. I mean, you have maybe even more than the Pennsylvania have, because you have the real context of Kahn. this is extremely strong, maybe stronger. And maybe it's also stronger because it leads more to new ideas, you know. The archive is always very close, you know. And I often think the people know everything about Kahn is often very close, you know. And maybe you have the chance to be really open. And because you have his side, you have his background, his culture, you have his light, you have everything, you know, what he has in his work. This is, you only have here. So we don't, maybe this is, don't forget that this is maybe the strongest point, you know, to come here, you know.
Yeah, this is true, this is said many times in this hall today, and I think this house and architecture and competitions are, they are not the most important components in this process, but we have to collaborate and with very different people to understand what we want. And competition is not the golden key to success. What about this Helsinki Kogenheim? There were 1,500 entries, nothing is happened. Somebody calculated the working hours of all these architects, and the money was so big that the complex can be built. That's my
No, I also think it's a challenging. It's challenging with architectural competitions, and it's also challenging with sort of projects being really big, and the more people involved, the more compromise it often gets. And we have discussed that a lot in our project. Is it like a Kahn Center where you have it's a written Kahn Center, and you have a souvenir shop, and then you sell sort of bags with Kahn on? Is that sort of the place, or is it a place which is more sort of what you're talking about, that you go into space and you actually experience light and structure and quality in the architecture? It's used for sort of rehearsals for the local community, as well as sort of gatherings from people internationally, or is it sort of I think at least in Norway we've seen that a lot in the last years, that competitions also quite often also tend to be not necessarily at least good quality architecture in the end. So I think it needs to be really sort of thought through, and also at least sort of ensuring that it's by educating architects, taking care of local craftsmanship and local materials, and how we sort of evolve in that discussion. It's sort of, at least I feel that's really motivating in this process, and that in the end that will sort of give us support. So that's maybe not an answer to your question, but I think it's yes, how do we ensure that it's high quality architecture that's built in this site?
Exactly, and very, very interesting thoughts. And I also believe that, as here, that we are maybe sometimes blind to our own, what we have here, when you're looking for outside and running, but maybe take the time off. And I feel that the briefing has to be quite good, what to want, and then come down, and maybe even as a small work group or something to continue with this. We are very good at time, almost as Swiss, 5 minutes ahead. But I would love to ask people from here, would you have questions? Oh.
Karl, historian. Those who weren't here in the morning session, I gave a short lecture on August commenting, the structural engineer who worked with Kahn and others. To be honest, I have been anxious for a long time when people talk about the Kahn Center here in Saaremaa. I'm super glad that the panel finally arrived to the key moment or key issue. What is the real content of the concept? Architecture comes later. The task, what is it research? Is it dealing with the local landscape or climate? Is it an exhibition space? Is it an artist residence? These kind of programmatic and conceptual questions, I think, are the starting point. We can do collective workshops, whatever kind of discussions for that, but just to start designing a building or an architecture competition, I think Kahn would be like, oh, what are you doing? You haven't asked what does Saaremaa or Ösel want, or what does, I mean, it's the very beginning, as our event is titled today. We should ask the questions, what is the beginning and where should we start moving towards the, what is, I mean, the building is just a result, it's not the beginning. It was, and I just wanted to express my joy that you arrived there, that we should ask the key questions about what is or should be the Kahn Center here in Saaremaa. Thank you.
Anything to add? Some nice ideas? No? Because yes, that was actually one of my last questions here. I thought what would be the most immediate steps to do today to make it happen, as was the title that was let's make it happen, the reality. And actually I think it came out without questioning it very nicely somehow out from the day and how this has to go. So yes, thank you very much. I wish us all a good evening and a good flow to go, and I think the international collaboration is very important, as also Per Olaf is actually from here and has a long time experience with international. Actually, we do have time. That was something I would love to have. You've been working a lot with internationally with students and universities. What are the key words or ways that the collaboration is successful, or how do you see it? Is it important, the work between different universities?
Well, there's only one way to answer that. That is the passion between them. It has to be. It's had to come from curiosity. It's had to come from an interest in itself, because that's the only thing that can truly make it alive over time. So I think each university should be very honest within collaborations, that whether they really would like it or not. And sort of what the content within that liking is, of course, very important. But I think it has to generate energy that has been talked about here. Without the energy, it will slowly die, or it will be just part of a program, to put it that way. So I strongly believe in people that have common or even different interests, but that the passion is there. I think that's also we drive the whatever search or whatever idea that one is searching for. So in that, I think it's a deep commitment in the end.
And maybe it's a very nice thank you, but just because we didn't ask you for the vision of the Kahn Center, would you have a vision, or what could be there, the core, maybe words, thoughts, something that would connect?
I think it's a rather complex question. Again, one question that comes up, whether the center itself should have a content, the content in which sort of belongs to the architecture of Kahn, or whether the place itself here is enough, right? And after that, it's a question how good that architecture can be. I think to follow Kahn too much, I think might be a strong mistake. So, because I think one has to rely that Kahn is within this place identity, within this nature, within this light. Then it's a question, and I think it's a very complex but very interesting question, what does one want this place to be, right? And one can discuss that for thousands of years. So somebody sort of had to then bring out a passion that what this place really wants to be, right? And having followers in relation to that. If not, one will discuss it over and over, year. So in some way, one has to, through discussions, find out sort of what the content of what this place can be and should be. And if that content is ready, it's the matter of striving for the best architecture and the best architect for that. But without sort of having a clear image, though that image might be wrong even, but one has to rely on something which has a sort of commonality in the way that many agree on it. But one has to take the chance of believing in something. If not, I think it could just taper up and down, throughout the years. So maybe this is the start for that discussion. Of course, now you have a beautiful material that can initiate those discussions further. So I think it's a time then that these intermediate discussions probably are ripened enough. The question is, how do you now bring it forward into further discussion? How do you get the temperature up from the politician, from everyone, including Saaremaa itself, in order to sort of to break out of what it can be and not be, right? And in that sense also it finds a direction, but I think it also has to be placed in a belief in something.
Thank you very much. This was a very beautiful finishing, as we started today with light and we finish with belief. So thank you everyone much, and we have still some presents to give. So Katri, So we would like to thank our speakers and taking the way from all the other countries or even continent. No, we're not the same, but as we're an island, so everybody had to take a step out of their art. So we would have Olaf, I'm doing the wrong way. We wanted the Kristjan Järvi, is I think not here. Oh, but then Karl, please, love to, thank you. Anu, please, for a wonderful inspiration. Catherine, please, thank you very much for very nice. Please. And Roger, thank you. Emily, thank you as well. And for the last present goes to Olaf and Karl. I would love to have here to say what's in there. Said you wanted to have some words with
Yes, here's a special present for Per Olaf, and the present is silver white, the journey of the fallen sun, and this is signed actually by your book's editor. Mark Perry, personally, to Olaf Fjeld, with greetings. And this is the book which actually gives away the Estonian nature. And this is written by our former president, Mark Perry. Lennart Meri. Mark Meri will be president to come in the future. We'll have to wait for that. To step on the footprints of his father. Anyway, so I think the book is about the essence of Estonian nature and Estonian people. It describes the Kali crater, the story behind it, what we will see tomorrow with students. So thank you, Per Olaf.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and this is not all in the package for you from the Louis Kahn Foundation. There is also another special gift, and just yesterday we celebrated the 90th birthday of our world famous composer, Arvo Pärt. So here is a signed copy of Pärt's Vater Unser. Yes, so thank you, and I think we haven't given this interview to Estonian press today, comparing two most influential people actually originated from Estonia in the cultural sphere, Kahn and Pärt. We never know who is in front and who is in back. And vice versa. There's an Estonian proverb about that, but we will discuss this later. So thank you, Per Olaf, of coming. It has been a great pleasure.
And yes, I have a present for you as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for a very nice insight and also a very straight message for Estonian public that is watching us now and probably will watch us after again and again and again. So thank you very much. Almost in an hour, the pearl of the evening, we can see the works of the students in the castle. So we can really see what is then there presented and what's the feeling. So we see the works. There is 2 buses leaving, 15 after, quarter past after 5 and 5:30. That will bring you to the castle or to the hotel once. And 6 o'clock is a gathering in a castle. The idea is that you go in the main entrance and they will guide you to the exhibition, because it would be important that you enter on the side, on the right entrance, and later we will go out on the other entrance. Just keep it in mind, main entrance of the big castle.
Thank you, and before you leave, so let's give a big round of applause for our today's day's leader and guide, to Mr. Valmargas. Yes. And all of his team are taking care of the video. So, thank you, Valmar, and there will be some more presents for the people involved later on. So, any additional instructions? Okay, thank you, the panel.
Maybe just it's also walkable, but the ones who would like to walk to the castle, it's maybe 15 minutes. Who would like to take the bus should maybe Ingrid, just to let you know, because it's nice to walk that we just know around who would love to take the bus.